Hey everyone!
Hi, everybody.
Oh
Hello.
boy! Hope you're all ready for a fantastic time today. Let's see. Okay. I gotta open up the stream so I can say hi. Let's see.
Hi, gamers.
Oh, it's
Howdy.
Daisuisen time.
Absolutely.
Yeah, time for Susan to die.
Yeah, that's
Yeah!
what happens.
Haha, fantastic! Alright, yeah. So, first off, before we even get started, hi, I'm Christian. I'm the GM for today, and if you've been here for a while, you know we're going to be another weird, funky session. If it's your first time, then I hope you enjoy Daisuisen. I've got a few things to drop out first. A lot of the maps you'll see throughout this entire process are from 2 Minute Tabletop and Ori the Cartographer. I've done a number of custom maps myself with their assets, but I always want to shout them out for just making this process a whole lot easier. But beyond that, we've also got Patreon, my own Patreon, which I host mini RPs and other stuff, a lot of previews and stuff like that for Daisuisen. So if that at all interests you, or you want to take a look, you can. We had a mini RP for this character just a little bit ago, and once this is done, we'll be dropping the RP for the next character, which is a very, very fun one. I have to say that the next RP that's going to drop, I think, is collectively one of the favorites that we've recorded so far. It's really good. And beyond that, we've also got a website, the Stabbyness website. We post episodes as they drop. It's a great way to look at things and catch up with all their shows outside of looking at Twitch and trying to pull through all of there. And last off, we've got an official Discord server, so you can go in, post start in the fan art chat, and we'll be able to see it and show it at the end of the stream, or just interact with the community. But yeah, that's basically all the shills I got. But I'm not the only one here today. Next up, Roma.
Hi, everybody. It's nice to see you this evening. Smiley face. The only shills that I have is that I have a Patreon where I post icons, and you can see a bunch of references and icons for all the various shows on the channel, including this one for several of the characters that are going to be appearing today. And yeah, that's mostly what I got going. I'm excited to do this one with everyone.
Yeah, I am too. And last but not least,
Hey, everybody. It's Chad. Again, much like Roma here, all I gotta really show off is the fact that I got a Patreon. I hope you all are having a lovely day, and I hope you all very much enjoy this session. I'm excited very much about it.
oh boy, okay. So
Ready?
that basically gets all of our shills out of the way, doesn't it?
I think so. Is there anything else we forgot?
Anything else? Yes, there is. There is one more thing. The title card you're looking at right now is done by Monichi.
Yes.
You should absolutely
Yes.
go check out her Twitter and also just support Monichi because she's fantastic and has been a huge help.
Yes, absolutely.
And there are some
Absolutely.
animated icons or animated assets that are going to be in this episode, so I hope you enjoy those as well. And that should be everything. I don't know for sure sometimes. It feels like the shill list gets longer and longer every time, but that's just my brain probably.
Yeah.
So, all the same, if everyone's ready, got enough time to like cycle in and do some of that, let's get started. What do you think?
Yeah.
All right. When it comes to etiquette, there are some things that take priority. Our manners we give to others of high status are some of the most important things in communication. Without manners, fine dining, and, well, how you carry yourself even on your own time. Without etiquette, what is a noble? Etiquette, by its own right, is not only just how we carry ourselves. In fact, etiquette has an importance to the soul of nobility. When you make yourself out in the morning to walk about town or perhaps prepare a fine meal, all of these things are guided by your etiquette. When you feel your soul has been tarnished, or perhaps your feelings are shoved under the mud, etiquette is what allows you to stand up again, smile, move forward, and be stoic in the face of danger. Indeed, for everything, etiquette provides nobility. One of the greatest benefits it offers is a fallback. To live by etiquette is to live in a way that allows you to never have to show your weaknesses, show yourself. And in times of great strife, a noble may lean on etiquette to hide great internal turmoil. Ryoko, it's another
Good
morning.
morning.
You're staring into that mirror once again, looking into it and practicing your expressions as you once have done over and over and over again. Though, in recent times, practicing these things has proven a little bit difficult, a bit of stress. So you always make sure to take some time in the morning to sit down and make your first appointment of the day yourself in a mirror. And if you don't like what you see, you have a strict word with yourself, prepare yourself for the day, and make sure you're proper. So, tell me, how is this day so far?
I've only just awoken.
This is correct. A fine day awaits you, after all.
A fine day just like all of the others.
This is correct. You stand inside of your little dressing room, having assembled frankly, a wonderful outfit. One that you have been wearing in preparation for your wedding. Not your wedding dress itself, but something of a proper uniform for one who currently holds the title of champion of your house.
Well, in these
Can you
times, as the lady of the house, I have to be the most responsible about my appearance.
So, tell me now, with all that said, can you give me a roll to die? Oh, you already are locked into something due to us already doing the practice, so give me a fresh one.
Ah.
Ah, I see.
I see how you're feeling.
Now, there seems to be a lot of unnoble aspects at the front of your appearance today. Something not quite right. Something on the mind. Something that etiquette can't quite quell as easily. Ryoko, I'd like to ask you something. I'm going to reveal to you a gift that you have. You have a gift called Etiquette. Etiquette lets you add a bonus 2d6 to your rolls to die, and an extra 1d6 to your rolls to do in social situations. However, you have to decide a specific emotion that, if you roll like this and end up getting in your yellow stat, that you can't roll etiquette in if this is like a situation is pressuring that. So I want you to pick an emotion that is currently kind of messing with you.
Emotion that is getting the better of her right now. In this moment, it's probably stress or fatigue.
Fatigue. Stress or fatigue? I would say that stress is a general emotion in this case that you've been feeling for a while now. But let's say fatigue is one of these cases. One of the specific things you felt over the past couple of days. In which case, it seems that a wariness falls upon your face, no matter how much you can hide it. You understand that in some situations that continue to press you over and over again with similar qualities, repetition would indeed be a dreadful thing right now. So, if you start getting too fatigued, your etiquette stat will, or etiquette gift will drop, and you will not have that bonus anymore. So, with that in mind, you do, however, all the same, find enough courage and enough etiquette mustering inside of yourself. You find enough faces to hide how you're feeling, and preparing for a number of guests. After all, you're hosting today. Despite your wedding not being in a couple of months, there are visitors that have come to see you. Visitors that have made their way across and have shown up rather early.
They're always early. Seems they haven't any time to waste.
Yes. You step outside, walking into your own room. A small place, but still actually rather spacious in comparison to the servants' quarters. Humble, for a noble at least. A flower garden inside. One that you've taken care of, but recently have found a little bit left to the wayside. A number of pages and books scattered across the floor. A pressure has been put on you these past couple of weeks. Your father, he's dreadfully sick, and it has left you in charge of your own ceremony, along with everything else. And so, you step up to the door. Would you like to take a step outside?
Yes.
I see. So, taking a breath, you hold firm for a moment, and prepare to step outside. Moving out into the hall, and you can take a step out there now. And as you move outside, you see a faithful companion standing in the corner, ever prepared to service you at this time.
Good morning, Lady Ryoko.
Good morning. How are you doing this morning?
Things have gone well. Guess arriving early again.
As always. She gives you a polite bow.
Polite bow in return.
And Ryoko, I would say in this instance that although you know you have guests to attend to currently, you're locked into yellow right now, and I would say that, do you think personally you would have more of interest in checking in your father first?
I think she would.
Yes, that would only make sense. You stop. The head maid, Noritachi, in front of you. All the same, your eyes drift down here to the quarters of your father. And
Noritachi, can I ask you to entertain them while I check on my father this morning?
Of course, madam.
I appreciate it. She's going to make her way down there.
excellent. And
Gives a bow as you leave.
you move forward, and you're caught for a moment. And with a breath, do you want to roll the die to bolster yourself here?
Yeah.
Ah.
Ryoko, queen.
You stand up tall, and you move into the door. Let's see.
Back straight, chest puffed out.
Stepping in, you notice on the inside a maid currently attending to your father, who lays sick in his bed, having been sick for at least a couple weeks now. A long sickness, one that has kept him bedridden for a great period of time. Doctors, a many, have come by, and yet none have found a cure. He stops, the maid turning to the side. Excuse me.
Yes.
Madam Yoshinaka, your father is very ill, but I believe he is capable of talking. Would you like me to give you peace for a moment?
If you wouldn't mind.
She bows her head and steps over to the side to a little side hallway. And in the meanwhile, eyes pulling open like creaking windows, your father looks up and stares at you. Is that my little Ryoko?
Yes, it is. How are you feeling this morning, Father?
I'm feeling. Well, I'm feeling. I'm feeling. Um. I'm. I don't know. I'm. I feel
Don't-
stuck. Too. You. Do you stop him?
I just don't trouble yourself if it's too much to speak.
He stops. He reaches a hand over to the side, but you've been instructed not to touch him by the doctors. After all, we are not sure what has caused this. And all the same, while your father lays somewhat disgracefully in a sickened state on the bed, you hold yourself spine straight up, looking down as he drifts over his eyes upon you. Is everything going well?
Of course. I'm making sure that everything is moving steadily while you are recovering.
Thank you, Ryoko. You shouldn't concern yourself with me. We have plenty of servants. You go, enjoy these couple of months. Your ceremony comes soon. You should be focused on other things.
I cannot help myself but worry of you.
No, don't. Oh, now. Please, thank you for visiting, but I'll be fine, and I just need a little more rest.
I shall grant it to you. I do hope that it helps you feel better soon.
I may you fetch me water?
Of course. Which direction would I go to do so?
Right to the side, over this way.
Okay.
You
I
move
didn't know if it
over.
was this
Yeah.
hallway or the other one.
Yeah. You move into this hallway. The maid also in here. She bows to you. As you step over to the side where there is a small pot of water inside.
She's going to pour him a glass of water and come back in. Here you go.
He moves over to the side and he kind of looks to reach. The maid re-enters. Excuse me, madam.
Hmm? Yes?
He's not quite capable of holding the glass by himself.
I see. She hands it to her.
She moves to the side and help drip little bits of water into your father's mouth. You notice that the water almost seems to drip out the side a little
wrong
bit.
One.
Yeah. Fuck you.
Die! No, that's the wrong one.
Water almost seems to drip out the side of his mouth for a little bit, and the maid, wordlessly, without making a point of it, dabs the side of his mouth, allowing some water to drip inside.
I don't know if Ryoko can stay in here much longer and watch this.
Yeah. What does she want to do here? How about, you know what? I think this is a classic roll to die situation. I want you to roll a die for me. And I'm going to roll this 11.
Oof.
Ooh. If you lock in one, you pat. Yup. So, you are very desperately at the edge of wanting to flee, Miss Ryoko. However, it seems that Lady Yoshinaga would be imprudent for you to flee this scene, at least in haste. So, you may depart at your own whim, but if there's anything you'd like to say or like to do, you may do so, even if it is simply departing honorably.
She's going to bow her head to the two of them when he's done drinking water and say, I have many preparations to attend to this morning, so I will come and check on you this evening if that's all right.
The maid nods, and your father, oh, yes, if everything's done, we can speak once more. Tell me how the guests are, and please enjoy your ceremonies.
I will. Thank you, Father. She will very quietly make her exit.
You step out. Once in the hallway, You hold yourself for a moment, taking a breath.
Deep breath. That was hard to see, I think.
That was.
Okay. Well, I suppose I need to go greet the guests now.
You take steps across the second floor, a more quiet place, one that is forbidden for guests to enter, at least during the point of this affliction. You've taken moments to collect yourself, return yourself to a place of sophistication, and where would you like to head now?
She was going to head down the main stairs, but I think she's going to head down these stairs instead.
I see. So, instead of heading down the main exit, which would take you to the grand meeting hall, you decide for a more slower paced exit down the stairs to the side, near the service quarters and the kitchen.
She wants to make sure that everyone in the kitchen is doing okay this morning before
Absolutely fair.
she goes and sees the guests.
Yes, quite fair. And so you move, heading on down to that floor. You ponder for a moment as you step, wondering if your father's condition will simply continue to worsen with time, or perhaps if a miraculous recovery will occur. You wonder about that. You wonder if it would be imprudent to have a ceremony without your father. Though, such thoughts, regardless of how much they might be wanted by anyone, seem a bit unsustainable. The ceremony is, all things considered, going along smoothly. And so, you move along the side, heading on down to the floor beneath. Let me just drag you over. This side path, you stepping down, you know to the side you already hear a maid in the kitchen preparing things.
She will quietly open the door and step in. Good morning.
Good morning, Lady Yoshinaga.
I wanted to check on everything in here before I go and greet the guests. How are things this morning?
Things are going smoothly. We are currently trying to get dinner organized. We have breakfast plans, lunch, but it seems that some of the food we had left aside for dinner has gone bad. So we may need to go to the market at another place, and we'll inform you of any plans, unless you have an alternate dinner planned, in which case we will do that.
No, I trust you guys. Don't worry. I'm sure that everything will go fine.
Mm-hmm. She nods her head and kind of steps over to the side and continues preparing some food.
If you have need of anything, just feel free to come and ask.
Of course.
Makes her leave. Trying to be very approachable. Trying to seem really approachable, like she knows what she's doing.
You step actually let me drag you this way. You step out to the main room, a large guest hall which seems currently empty, though you hear the chattering of people from here, and some have split off in either which direction. It seems your guests have made themselves home here.
I see. So they're people who are familiar. Oh, that's
Yes.
unfortunate. She will peek her head in here. It's the closest one.
Yes, okay. You peek your head in the side, and as you do, already locked in, back straight up, you head on inside, and inside you see one of your relatives reading a book.
Okay.
It seems as though today it is your own relatives that have arrived.
Thank God.
Turning around, you notice the face looking at you as he turns. Oh, well, if it isn't the little Ryoko, how much time has it been? Oh, you're late? He stops. That was quite rude of me. You're not my little nephew anymore. No, no. He steps to the side. Soon, you will be Lady Toba. Am I not wrong?
You are correct. Currently, though, I am Lady Yoshinaga.
I see. Yes, your father's quite ill. My dearest condolences. But all the same, Lady Yoshinaga, I'm glad you can be the one taking care of us today. It makes me quite happy to see you, and to see you in such great spirits as well.
It is a pleasure to see you again as well, Uncle.
This is Yoshinaga.
Yoshi Yoshinaga. I
Yes,
assume
your dearest uncle.
my father's brother.
Yes. Your father's brother, and one who is, always treats you like a baby, has never stopped treating you like a baby. He puts on proper airs when in public of other nobles, but he seems to drop it immediately whenever talking to you otherwise. He moves over and asks, and the wine is always great in the Stark. Tell me, was it your father who kept it here, or were you making the selections now?
Some of the ones that we have in storage are from my father's choice, but I have been making some of the selections, the newer ones.
I see. Well, I believe your selections have been most perfect, Lady Yoshinaga.
I appreciate it. I must go see to the others now. It's been nice catching up with you.
Yes, you have a wonderful day now. He steps over to the side, leans back against the chair, and continues drinking wine as you keep moving.
Library last.
Library last, I see. So, you make your way up now to this next room. One you know is the general recreational hall. Guests are often brought here after they've been let in, and there's a number of things that you could do. You actually hear someone on the inside kind of laughing and telling a story as you join the audience, stepping on inside, almost accidentally bumping into a maid at the doorway who properly steps to the side. She probably shouldn't have been standing there, but first off, you have to greet people.
She does like a slight bow.
The maid bows.
Good morning, everybody.
Is this the lady of the hour? Yes, Lady Yoshinaga, a pleasure. Kind of everyone turning at once. Some bow their heads, others speak up. Tell me, Lady Yoshinaga, I have a question.
Yes.
How goes your father?
He is rather ill. He was well enough to speak this morning, so that is a good sign.
I see. Well, it is quite unfortunate he could not join us. All the same, we are quite excited, you know. We hear that the Toba family is on their way not too long from now. Should be another week or so, I believe.
I see. It is wonderful news.
Yes. The person talking to you directly across has turned around the couch. Another stands up, bows their head, and moves over to the side. This is a cousin of yours by the looks of it. And she seems to stand up, and you notice her expression is very severe, however, very stoic, but she looks across all the same. Lady Yoshinaga, it has been quite some time I have not been able to visit the main branch for at least a little bit now.
Yes, it has. It's delightful to see you again.
Your ability to recall names and store them, like in an internal journal, is quite well. You've been taught to do it. You know, this is Kobe, your cousin.
Kobe?
Kobi, Kobe, yes.
Kobe, okay. It is good to see you again, Cousin Kobe.
It is good to see you as well. I must admit, it has been a long time since I've visited a wedding. You must be very excited.
Yes, of course.
Oh, yes, my apologies. She steps up. Where are my manners? She reaches to the side. I've brought you a gift.
Oh, wonderful.
She hands over a nice ornate little box to you.
Ryoko very politely bows upon receiving it and opens it.
You open it up. It's a threshold bell. This is a common thing, something of a culture in Mitsudai, you know. The idea that you would hold a bell up to your door and it would be rung before and after a departure from the threshold of the house. And as a result of that, you notice this one's finely crafted, probably crafted directly by your cousin in front of you. Kobe, who is a master silversmith, has made a nice silver bell for you. A special craft. You're very kind of looking at it, and you notice hanging down from the bell, there's a blue and yellow strand. A little bit of ocean veins for you, bound to reach the golden beaches. I feel as though there's nothing quite more acceptable than a bell like that to put up on a golden beaches household.
I
Perhaps you could
appreciate
convince.
this.
Perhaps, if they would allow it, you could replace yours with that.
I have no reason to think they wouldn't allow the bell of a master craftsman in their home. It would be quite a dishonor on them.
She makes a quite small smile. Thank you very much. She kind of looks. Tell me, Lady Yoshinaga.
Yes.
You, if it would not be rude to ask, will you be able to complete your mastership qualification before you leave to Golden Beaches?
Well, my mastership ceremony has been postponed until after the wedding, you see. I have met all of the qualifications, but I cannot receive my mastery until after the wedding. It will likely happen sometime shortly before my departure. I have not had much time to consider the preparations for that, and that now that I have to take care of the preparations for the wedding itself.
I see. A small misfortune upon you, my dearest condolences. All the same, you are almost a master in your own right already. I know that at this point, the master ceremony is only a small bit of ceremony. I'm quite sure you are already a master in craft. Truly, it is probably more exciting to prepare for the wedding instead of that.
I appreciate your compliments. I'm quite excited for my mastery ceremony as well, though.
Yes, two exciting ceremonies, one after the other. I believe I shall stay in Ocean Veins for some time. I would like to visit both, if possible.
That'd be delightful. It's wonderful to see your crafts. They get better every time.
As do yours. In fact, I believe the craft you made for your wedding is your best yet.
I appreciate such high compliments.
Yes, she bows down and then moves on back to the side. If you would excuse me, I was mid-conversation. She
Oh, of
steps off to the
course.
side.
She gives like a polite bow.
Over in the corner, a game that has just concluded. Two more of your family hang there as one looks over to the side and speaks to the other. You should play some piano now. Come now. Give us a great example of your fine playmanship.
To Ryoko or to the other person? Okay.
To the
good.
other person. They step up and they start playing a song. Let me see how they do. Let's see. Oh, okay, not too bad. Actually, I forgot to roll with their tribute in this matter. After all, they have trained many years in the craft of piano. I see. So, they start playing a tune for you. A tune that, once concluded, everyone claps. Everyone bringing a great uproarious applause. Very polite, but also very pronounced. My, you should play for the wedding, Owen! The figure behind the piano bows their head. Yes, well, perhaps, though I imagine the great lady Ryoko has gotten a number of special performances prepared.
It would be delightful to have you perform something at my wedding.
Owen kind of bows. Oh, no, I simply must. It would be rude of me to take the spot of the musician you've chosen.
Perhaps afterwards, then.
Ah, yes.
It's always delightful to hear you play.
Perhaps I will play another song for everyone after the fact.
I would appreciate it.
They stand up, moving to the side, and Lady Yoshinaga, the last one to the side, speaks up.
She stands and approaches. Yes.
Oh, actually, also, I need you to roll the die for me.
With my extra dices.
I'm going to say, well, I'm going to ask you a question. Do you believe that Ryoko might be growing fatigued of these sort of engagements, or do you believe that she's doing fine right now?
She's doing fine right now because they're talking about things that she's actually interested in. Like, they talked about crafts for a little while.
Yeah, that makes sense. Excellent, then. Then yes, make it with your bonus rolls. You have to beat a 10.
I get 2d6, yes?
Yes. As you walk forward, you address the other, who seems to speak with interest about food. Yes, he ends up asking about if you will be, when the first meal will be happening today. After all, it seems the servants have mentioned there was some sort of inconvenience that needed to be addressed. You've talked to this, you know dinner is back in the schedule, and so the next meal should be happening soon enough.
The next meal should be happening soon. They are, I believe, currently preparing it.
Oh, excellent. Thank you dearly. And with that, you seem to have introduced your guests, and from this point, you wonder, well, now what should I... And a voice speaks up again from the corner. Hoenn stepping up. I've not gotten to speak yet about your wedding.
Yes.
I have a question about your the ceremony itself.
Yes. How can I assist you?
Hoenn is going to let me just really quick roll this. Okay. Hoenn begins asking a number of minute details, things that perhaps were not explained to them, such as the location you'll be having, the number of guests in attendance, other small details like the food and everything like that. Little bits of business that are all but normal for one who is currently the lady of the house to manage. All the same, it is quite a lot.
Tedious.
Yes. Very, very tedious. I would like you to roll the die for me. At a certain point, you end up hearing this again and again, spending the next 15-20 minutes in this spot, at which point, someone emerges out from the library, moving on out very subtly. And they step out. As they have finished entertaining some of the guests in the library, and have now emerged and are here to announce breakfast has begun.
Breakfast has begun, if you will all come with me.
Oh, yes. We'll finish the details later. Hoenn steps up, starting to move out, as does everyone begin to move across.
Ryoko shoots you a glance, Noritachi.
Shoots you one back.
And as that occurs, you have a spare moment left to yourself, standing inside as one of the maids looks across and kind of takes a small glance for a moment before once more remaining silent. And at which point, I'm going to say everyone starts getting outside. The maid stops for one moment. Lady Yoshinaga,
Yes.
would you like us to prepare a seat at the table?
No, it'll be quite all right.
Yeah. She nods her head. You have a wonderful day, madam. She stops, moves to the side. All of the guests end up heading inside for a wonderful breakfast, and you're left alone. Okay, you've taken, from that, you took 6 damage, meaning you're down to 19 health. Not the worst, but all the same, you felt that fatigue start to stack up.
Yeah. That was rough. It was fine when they were talking about stuff, and then they started grilling her about the wedding, and she's like, the soul leaving her body.
Ryoko, you ponder for a moment, standing there. Not too long now. A couple weeks. You wait, curious, holding yourself for a moment, and after taking a breath, you think. You think a bit about this wedding and everything. All the thoughts, they keep bringing it back to your attention. And you wonder, Ryoko, what do you plan to do next? It seems your guests are distracted. You have been spared a moment of your own. How do you spend it?
I think she just sits down. She sits down for a moment and just closes her eyes and tries to consider what else she needs to do today. Just
Yes.
organize it in her head so that she can be prepared.
Preparing the next dinner. You'll most likely have to send someone out to go and buy food. On top of that, you'll need to entertain the guest for a bit longer. In fact, you'll need to probably figure out something to do to entertain the guest for an even longer period. After all, they've shown up rather early, which means that now it would probably be most correct to have them. Oh wait.
I need to organize where they're staying too, don't I?
You do. You don't have enough space in the mansion to hold them, and quite frankly, they would find the accommodations you have left not quite fitting. So you need to find accommodations for them. They will most likely come and visit throughout, and when that happens, you need to be prepared to include them in the dinner plans. You know that, as was mentioned, the Toba family is on their way, and that'll be a few more seats. You might as well need to get organized their stay as well. There's a number of wedding gifts you need to arrange for everyone. Your father got a few last time, but now you need for the more recent ceremony. And on top of all of that, you wonder, is it possible? Can you leave here? Is that possible? Your mind drifts. Every time it does, you envision that place. The small little path ahead of you. That door. Could you leave? Could you just walk away? Seeing the other side, that freedom? Does this have to happen? You always drift here from time to time. Roma.
Yes.
You might notice this isn't quite the normal travel board.
Yeah, I've noticed.
This is a quote-unquote travel mechanic. You have a number of things that you have available to you. Over here, you have meals. You can choose to indulge in a meal, and by doing so, the inverse actually, you can choose to not indulge in a meal and have some time to yourself in order to fully restore your HP and rest. You can use these special tier icons just in case things get a little much, but you don't have enough time to take a full break. And so rarely, there may come times when you could leave your mansion and not leave it permanently, but perhaps take a small trip outside to perhaps get a bit of distance from this place. But all of this, these are things that exist on the inside where you are, stuck between the eyes of those who come to visit you and the mansion that would be your home in prison. Perhaps, if you could simply work up the courage, you could leave. So, Roma, I would like you to roll for me. I want you to roll a do roll with whatever you've got locked in. And I want you to see if you can beat the DC here. Oh, that's pretty good. Let's see if you can beat this. No. Nice.
I think I would.
Of course, such things are poor etiquette. To leave now, that's impossible. Where would you go? What would you do? This isn't likely. No. your eyes open once again. Back in that small little place. A large mansion, all things considered. But all the same, a word rings in your head. A little fish shack, all things considered.
A little fish shack.
Nothing compared to the vastness of the world. Though, you return yourself, standing firm. It seems as though it's time. You believe that guests should be, at some point, having finished with their dinner breakfast and will need a bit more attention, you suppose.
Takes a deep breath.
But would you like to after this, I'm just going to have you roll for this. You won't need to role play talking to them anymore, at least for now. I'm going to have you roll the die. They're going to just be spending a bunch of time talking about their wedding right now. Would you like to spend one of your food point things to be able to both restore your HP and also clear fatigue from your list of things you can't roll against?
Yes.
Would you like to do that after or before?
I think she just skipped out on breakfast, so it would
Okay.
make sense if it was now.
Okay, so a little bit more time then. You once more step out. You believe, if anything, you should be able to move on, and perhaps a step outside would be of assistance.
We have like a garden I could go to.
Yes, you do actually. You have a garden straight on the outside. You can head on down here through your front entrance and head out to the garden if you'd like.
She gestures at you, Noritachi. I'm going to head into the garden if that's all right.
Perfectly fine, miss. I will keep the guests entertained. Should I put aside some food for you?
If you wouldn't mind.
Of course.
She nods to you, and then she's going to walk up.
You head down, preparing to leave the mansion. Making your way outside, you see your nice grand garden, the garden of the Yoshinaga estate. You move around, noticing the pond with some lilies around it, a fountain that pours, and hedges around with some statues of some of your great ancestors. Stepping outside, feeling everything sort of wash over you for a moment. What do? How do you relax out in the garden as fatigue starts to leave your body?
I think she might just wander it for a little while. There's probably some like little corners and stuff that she like hangs out in, like over here and like over here. And she just goes to
Yeah.
places where people like won't be around.
Yeah. Basically gazing across. You look at the many trees, the hedges, taking moments to almost duck around and hide. It brings back memories, actually. These old spots you hid out, places that you've always kept to yourself in this mansion, little hidey holes within the mansion that you've been able to gaze and look out. These are spots in your childhood. Whenever you'd throw a bit of an unsightly temper tantrum in the past, before you fully mastered etiquette, when you needed a moment of a break, you always came out here. Until, at a certain point, you knew you stopped crying. At that point, you no longer needed them for places to let loose, and instead they became places to gather your thoughts, recollect before you went back inside.
Crying is not a face that a noble can make.
As it is not, and similarly, fatigue has no place on a noble's expression either. As you loop around, you let those humors leave your body as you move back around, moving along the side, and you wonder. You wonder if Golden Beaches will have spots like these. Potentially, you might be able to find them. As you begin moving, you you hear a commotion at the front gate. All the way down here, a guard seems to be talking with someone. Someone who seems to want to gain entrance in some way.
Deep breath. She's going to make her way down.
You can do that. You take a deep breath and head your way down. As you move across, you
Back straight up.
back straight up,
Head held high, chest
head
puffed
held
out.
high, chest puffed out. Everything prepared, you move to the front. A doctor, you say? We've had many doctors here, and you didn't set an appointment, so I don't think I can let you in. All the same, the figure in front seems to talk, insisting. I understand, but I'm telling you, I need entry as quick as I can. The head of this household, I've heard he's sick, and the symptoms have not been discovered. I understand, but if I could just speak to someone on the inside, I might be able to, He stops, turning over. Excuse me.
Yes,
Do you
what
know
word
if I
would
can...
you wish to speak?
My name is Daisuisen. I'm here to attempt to assist in whatever I can to see if I could help your father. Actually, I don't think he'd know who you are yet, so assist, Mr. Yoshinaga?
Lord Yoshinaga, or Master.
Oh, yes, Lord Yoshinaga.
I see. Suisen, you would be the Great Suisen then?
Oh, he kind of... yes, yeah, I'm the Great Suisen, yes. Great Suisen. I wouldn't believe it. The soldier speaks up from behind. This personal guard you've held, granted to you by the Peacock Goddess. Lady Yoshinaga. This man has approached, saying he's a doctor who can help with your father. Would you care to humor him? He has no appointment, neither does he have any proof of his credentials.
Humor him. You speak to me as if I am not a lady.
Oh, my dear apologies. I simply ask what you mean to do with him.
He may enter.
I see. He steps to the side, opening the gate, as Suisen steps across. Thanks. Are you...
I am Ryoko Yoshinaga, currently the lady of the house.
Oh, okay.
It is wonderful to meet you. I never thought I would get the chance. You do understand what disrespects you pay to the peacock by being here, yes?
What? He kind of stops, looking a little confused. I'm disrespectful?
A core stabilizer in the city of Ocean's Veins.
Let me roll for Suisen really quick. Let's see how the boy does. Oh, actually, yeah. He stops. I think I understand. The Peacock Goddess is one who blesses this place, right?
Yes.
All the same, I would like to make entry. I can understand, but it's not completely out of character. It's possible for core spirits to sneak past anywhere, especially if someone brings them in. For chance bringing one in to cause trouble for a wedding.
I see, Lord Suisen. I must have misheard you. You would never say something like that to a noble woman, yes? Never slander her goddess in front of her face, yes? You would never say something like that.
I didn't mean to slander a goddess. Or nor you. Thank you for giving me entry. I simply wish to. I must have acted a bit rude. Frankly, I'm sure a core spirit would have trouble fighting its way past the gaze of a goddess. All the same.
Yes, certainly.
Yes.
Though I do appreciate your concern for my father, and I would be delighted to have you look at him. I've always wanted to meet you.
Thank you. I can try my best to take a look at him. I have studied a small bit of doctoring. It may come down that even my mundane knowledge might be able to assist in this matter.
There's a moment of silence as she debates between saying something. Do you have much experience in the ways of speaking with nobles, Lord Susan?
He stops and then kind of turns around a little bit and turns back. I've never spoken to a noble in my life.
You are speaking to one now.
I before this moment. I am untrained in these matters.
I see. Well, then I will do you some amount of kindness and request that you do not speak to anyone other than me while you are here.
He considers that. That
It will
does seem
become
like
quite troublesome for you if you decide to speak to all of my relatives.
That does seem like a blessing. Very well. I'll do my best to stay quiet.
If they ask you for your company, simply say that you have been told you can only speak to me, and I will simply deal with it for you.
Quite frankly, that feels best.
Just be careful with how you word it. I am to be married soon, and I would not want any rumors spreading.
I see. He stops. Yes. I'll keep things professional while I'm here. He steps up, moving across. What's been very nice, Ryoko, is you have a new guest. A new guest who's here to look at your father. A new guest who you may, perchance, be able to show around. A new guest who seems interested in other things besides your wedding. A new guest who is a perfect distraction from your current responsibilities.
Come, follow me.
And so he does. It is only proper you show your new guest around, even if it would mean you miss breakfast and perhaps miss entertaining. Noritachi should be able to handle matters while you're doing this. He steps from behind, following you up. Excuse me,
Yes?
lady, in a
Yoshinaga.
situation, yes, Lady Yoshinaga. Can you tell me a little bit about your father's condition?
It began, perhaps, it would be about 2 months ago, right, Christian?
About then, yeah.
Okay. About 2 months ago, he began steadily coughing and feeling a tad bit under the weather, and then it just slowly progressed, I suppose, into the situation we have before us, and she will lead him up to her father's room.
Excellent, yes.
She also pulls out like a little book from her shirt and opens it and begins listing off like the sequence of events that happened.
Ah, I see. Excellent. You catch the great Suisen up a little bit as you begin moving back up to your mansion's top. Suisen following your lead as you take him up, moving across. I'll do my best. Thank you very much.
I appreciate it. You must understand that as a visitor, it would only be correct that I go in first, yes, and explain to him the situation.
Yeah. Yes, I suppose it would be rather frightening for a mysterious man to wander into his bedroom.
Yes, I'm sure it would be. She's going to enter first.
He kind of stands a bit awkwardly in the hall as you move back inside, seeing once more your father in front of you in that state. The maid steps to the side, bows silently, and moves over to the corner.
Father?
Yes?
I know it is not yet evening, but someone of great interest has come to the manor. He's...
Interest?
Yes.
Toba?
No. He will be arriving within the next weeks, though. It is the great Suisen.
Hang on. I've got to do something. His eyes light up.
We heard the same rumors!
Yeah, the great Suisen, you say?
Yes, he is rather concerned with your health.
Oh, I see. Well, I must have gotten the... must be blessed by the peacock goddess herself. This is a silly thing for your father to say. After all, he has a peacock blessing that hides deep behind his tail, but all the same.
He's waiting outside. Shall I fetch him?
Yes. He moves over to the side, kind of looking, almost standing up with more fervor than you've seen him have previously. Suisen turns as you kind of peek at the door, nods his head, and starts walking up.
Holds the door open
wait.
for him.
Wait. He kind of stops and then looks across. Will I be offending your father if I'm professional?
If you are a professional?
I'm not sure if I would be offending him by saying anything wrong. I'm just here to do a checkup. I need to be myself with this. Is that a problem?
I'm sure he can forgive you if it happens to be some sort of offense.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. He kind of catches himself. Thank you, Lady Yoshinaga. He steps on through, moves down. Good evening, Lord Yoshinaga. Oh, the great Suisen the Great, I see. You've come to care for me in this time? Yes, Lord. I'm here to check up on you. Could you do a number of things for me? Yes, of course. All right. He reaches forward and grabs at his arm, kind of holding it, inspecting it. It seems as though... And now, the great Suisen will roll to see if he can decipher what's going on. Oh, not too bad.
That's a good roll, Suisen.
Yeah, he checks, looking across, seeing, moving across to the side, pulling out a number of instruments, asking questions, taking swabs, asking. It takes some time, but you stand to the side yourself. So, you notice, Suisen, as he is not a noble, sprays his emotions on his face. You notice a strange one to occur when tending to a sick man. A dire expression, one full of frustration or anger. All the same, he drifts back for a moment as he sort of sighs. Thank you, sir. I'm afraid all I can do for you is this. He reaches into his pocket and produces a few little folded up pieces of paper. There's some medicine in here. He stops and actually turns over to the side. I think this would be better to leave to someone else. He steps over, holding medicine to Ryoko. This is some medicine. It should help him with pains. I
see.
Won't be able to cure him with this. However, it should at least help him. It'll ease the process.
I see. I appreciate it. She takes it in her hand.
Yes. The maid comes to the side. Lady Yoshinaga, I shall take care of that.
Of course, and she hands it off to her. I appreciate your assistance in these times.
She gives you a bow and moves off to the side. And turns over. I can tell you one thing though. Touch should not be an issue. This isn't an illness that spreads via that mean.
I see. It is of great comfort to hear.
He nods. May I speak to you, Lady Yoshinaga? He moves over to the side.
Of course.
He checks around on either edge as he kind of sees around the mansion. And then he turns over and he gets a little inappropriately close to you in this moment as he kind of leans in a little bit.
Lord Suisen?
Lady Yoshinaga, I have a concern.
If this is a matter that you would wish to speak to me privately about, we should go somewhere instead of approaching me at such a close distance.
Oh, my apologies. Yes, this is. You know that your father's study is right down here, or that your yes, you know that there is a meeting room down here. You step on through, moving across this space. Suisen kind of checks around the mansion a little bit, seeming almost conspiratorial in intent. All the same, you do head into this small little hallway that leads to the main meeting room of the Yoshinaga estate. And with one more step, you open the door and move on inside. And Suisen steps on herself and moves over and notices this is a meeting hall, a little study, as he stands in front holding himself there.
She makes to stand across from him out of politeness, but sees him approach as if she's going to sit, and her eyes open and she says, "Would you rather me sit or stand?"
I have no preference. I'm used to speaking this. He stops. Which would be more appropriate?
Generally, she gestures at the room. If I were to sit now, I would be putting myself above you, so I made to stand. I asked simply because I understood that you didn't understand.
I see. He, then let's do what's proper.
She nods.
He sort of, holds himself there, and you notice that expression sort of drift on his face for a second. Lady Yoshinaga, I mean, no disrespect when I say this, however, He stops. Your father is being affected by a core spirit.
There is a palpable silence. There is a palpable silence. Oh, Ryoko, please.
I'm going to
cut me some slack.
I'm going to have Suisen roll right now too. You know him as the Great Suisen, so he will get a small bonus to this roll. But let's see. Will he? Okay.
Okay.
He I would like you to roll to do for me really quick. Lock something in and roll to do. He's certainly.
Her stats were equal, so I get to pick which one she's feeling.
Yes. Which mood is she in? Oh, so actually, what do you do? I rolled because I assumed he was about to get hit by
obliterated
pressures. Yes, but
if she had rolled high in her blue, he would have. But I get to pick. So I think Ryoko is. She is still slightly offended. Slightly that he would make that. But also very curious.
He looks directly across at you. I know it seems a bit unbelievable, but I'm not a liar. At least
I would not believe you to be such.
He kind of looks across.
I have read many papers on you. I do not think that it would make sense for you to lie in your occupation. It would only make you look bad.
He kind of sighs. Yes, if I told one lie, everyone would know me as a liar. And he kind of stops. So, I'm telling you honestly, your father's being affected by a core spirit. But you're also correct. The Peacock Goddess holds strong domain here and quite frequently would remove any core spirits found in this domain. I know from a source of mine. She's familiar with core spirits, all things considered, and she told me as much one day. And he turns over. If that's the case, this core spirit didn't wander in on its own.
I see. This was something let in on purpose.
Placed here. And so I have a question, Lady Yoshinaga. Do you know anyone who would have an interest in... He kind of considers perhaps poisoning this wedding?
There is a moment of silence as she considers. Well, perhaps there are many nobles who I assume would be very jealous of the situation that we have found ourselves in. I do not imagine it would be any of the Toba clan, as this is a mostly beneficial marriage for them.
It wouldn't be. He kind of interrupts. They're not here yet, correct?
No, they did visit around the time that this began, though.
But that's not quite the thing. You see, it's probably someone within the city now, or at least within a decent distance. Core spirits feed upon the wills of people. At best chance, it would have to be someone who at least would be stuck nearby on occasion.
Someone who would
came
have to
in.
pass through the city regularly to keep it up.
Yes,
Then.
someone with a strong will who'd be willing to kill your father, or do something. It's always possible with the core spirits lashing out randomly, but all the same, it was placed here with intention. Lady Yoshinaga, do you know anyone who'd be willing to kill you or your father?
I'm going to have her roll to do.
Okay.
I get to have an extra one to this, right?
Yes.
Because I'm evaluating a social situation.
Yeah. Oh, holy shit!
Ryoko. Ryoko, calm down.
So, Ryoko, do you have any good guesses here?
I don't think she does. None that she would say.
He considers, and no one. You don't think there's anyone
I do
here?
not see why anyone would think to do something like this to my father. If they did not wish the wedding to go forward, they could do it to me, I suppose. Either of us would suffice. But I have seen nothing but excitement for this wedding from everyone around us. This wedding is greatly beneficial to everyone involved.
I see. He kind of considers that. He sort of scratches his head a little bit and makes this difficult then. This spirit, I'm not quite sure where it is. He's caught in one half of a spirit of binding. He's being fed malice, being fed a whole lot of something. He kind of turns to the side. Because of its nature, however, whoever picked this core spirit knew a lot about them. It won't be easy to remove. It's trying to fulfill a wish, some kind of wish someone might have, probably in regards to the wedding, but it could be anything, quite frankly. And until that person is found and potentially removed from the city, that core spirit will be stuck pretty hard on. Do you know about core spirits, Lady Yoshinaga?
I have read a book on them once or twice. There are, I believe, 3 laws of core spirits, yes?
Close, yes. There's the exact nature of core spirits is debated. Different core stabilizers have made different claims, but there is one law that remains. Core spirits cannot act upon their own wills. That is common knowledge, at least.
Yes.
Though, because of that, core spirits will always be acting on another outsider. And in this case, well, if we don't know who the outsider is or what they want, we can't figure out how to deal with the core spirit.
I see. Would you find interest in assisting us in this matter then, Lord Suisen?
Yes, I would, if it would be kind. I'm not quite sure what I can do until we find someone, and as you said, I'm not one for noble discussion. I think that's going to have to fall in your court.
Of course. As a noblewoman, that is my duty.
I see. Well,
I have questions, but
yeah?
I also understand you have probably just recently made your way into the city, yes?
Yeah, I'm still pretty worn out.
I see. May you go find some rest then?
Yeah, I'll figure out where I can stay in the city and all that.
If you have need of anything, you may simply ask.
I see, yeah. He kind of scratches his neck again. He kind of turns over and he gives you a bit of a, well, there's something.
Oh?
Could you pay me for those painkillers? They're very expensive.
Yes. Of course.
Yeah.
Just a moment. Where would she go to deal with that?
You could probably go have a servant like, oh, well, you know what, actually? Um, behind this bookcase, there's a little secret path there with a bunch of treasure in it, but that's more for emergencies. You think you'd have enough on hand to have a servant go fetch from a treasure, like, elsewhere?
I see. I will. If you would like to stay for lunch, I can have a servant provide that for you.
Oh, absolutely, yes. I'll stick around for lunch. He kind of stops. Um, if
I
it's
do
no
have some
trouble,
family here, so
yeah, could I eat separate from them a little bit?
she pauses for a moment, considering, do they have a place that the Great Suisun could eat separately?
Um, in finery, not.
Would you like to eat before then, or after?
I mean, whatever's convenient. I can just eat in a closet somewhere. Honestly, he just kind of gives a bit of a smile. Don't worry about that. But I mean, I'll eat when everyone else eats, just not with them. I'd hate to inconvenience your people here.
I see. Would you like to eat in this room then?
Sure, I guess. Yeah, I'll eat in here.
She seems to be considering something. Like she's like, this feels improper. This
He
feels
kind of
really improper.
He kind of sits down on the chair then. Well, I guess I'll just hang out here for a little bit. Keep out of your hair and all that.
There's a moment of silence. There's a moment of silence, and she's trying to rely on her etiquette for someone who is not using it at all. And
Turn
she's
over
like,
and look at him.
she's a little bit confused. I see. I may come and ask you many questions later if that is all right.
Yeah, sure. Excellent. I would be more than happy to answer. Thank you, Lady Yoshinaga.
Of course. And she will make her way out. There's like a single chime of a bell as she kind of like walks out a little bit like confused. Like, what?
You leave the Great
Where are you?
Suisun staying in your hall as you kind of walk confusedly out. And you prepare dinner for him and all and everything like that as a confusing beginning to the next couple of weeks begins. And I'm
Call break?
gonna call our first break, yes.
Yes, I get
Yes.
I'll
I'll
be
play
right back.
some music.
Suisun,
Everyone, grab a
dumbass.
break. Oh,
You are a
God.
fucking dumb idiot. I love Ryoka. I love how she's like I must have misheard you, Suisun. I must have not heard you correctly. You definitely didn't just say that to my face.
Oh, God. Yeah, I'm also gonna be right back.
Yeah. Yeah. Hello, chat. It's me, the guy who controls the camera. Hope you guys have been having a good time. Just to clarify for the VOD viewers, when Ryoko's family member said nephew, it was just a slip of the tongue. What they meant to say is niece. Doing all this improv stuff, words trip over each other very easily.
True.
Yeah. Words hard.
Words are in fact hard.
Yeah.
But words that come easy to the pre-prepared shill message is to check out the website.
Yeah. And also, if you like this, you might also like the mini RPs, which give us more context for some of the characters, and also previews for the later episodes of Daisuisen. Like next week's episode, which is me. That mini RP will be going up on like Monday, Sunday, someday. But you can check that out on Patreon/Christian Sibbit. It's like Ribbit, but without the R, add an S. Another T, probably. I don't know how to spell.
I think there's one T in Ribbit normally.
Yeah.
But you see, Christian is a special little toad.
Special little toad. I love the vibes of this episode so far.
Yes.
I really like Ryoko. Yeah.
Playing Noritachi and hearing Noritachi's inner thoughts, it's just like, milady, please, no, milady. Oh,
Milady.
okay, I'll do this for you. Oh,
Milady.
please.
Yeah.
Milady.
Suisun,
I'm back.
Suisun
Welcome
selling the
back.
most expensive sugar pills.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
then being like, I need payment because you paying me will make them work better.
Yes. Yes. You're getting it. You're getting it. Those are sugar pills. They do nothing, but he needs to charge for them. He's ripping people off, but he's not because it works.
Yeah.
Look, he has to give actual medicine to people that underpay him all the time, so he might as well con some nobles in the meanwhile. And he's not conning them. It's
And
gonna
that's
work.
just paying
I'm
for
telling
the
you.
service, yeah.
It's just paying for the service. Yeah, it's a service-based thing. It's not
Yeah.
about
Hmm.
Yeah, it's like hospital
Oh.
prices for cough drops. Thank you, Brev.
Yeah.
Oh.
Exactly. Hospitals have cough drops?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't take the hospital cough drops.
Imagine the
Don't.
rumors that can get out if people see Suisun being there on the down low and get the wrong idea. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't wait for you all to see Noritachi's what do you know about Suisen roll.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh
Yeah.
boy.
The placebo effect, yeah.
Yeah. It's so funny.
I like imagining Suisen just being in the closet.
$10 for a cough drop at the hospital? Sheesh. That's
Oh.
bro. I
Each
don't.
individually wrapped cough
I don't
drop.
even own $10 right now.
Hey. Chad, can I ask you something? I'm gonna DM you.
Yeah. What's up?
Should
I'll
grab
do that.
water right now. I'm gonna grab water. Be right
Yeah, you go get some water.
There we go.
Mhm.
If you do that and get that set up, that'll
yes.
help me a lot. And then
I'll do that now.
yes, and then I can just fix that up once you tell me you're done, and I'll just get it all plugged in. But yeah,
Yep,
slow,
yep.
slow prep. Is everyone
Well,
enjoying this so far? By the way, I'm having a great time.
Welcome back.
It's a great time. I love playing Ryoko. She's
I
so
love Ryoko.
she's so good at lying.
Yeah.
Yes.
She's very well spoken.
Yeah. You know, people
It's
kept
hard.
saying, people keep saying like Suisun's handing out bags of sugar, but he's probably not. It's probably like bitter lime and stuff like that, like dried up, ground up like lemon or lime and weird shit like that, and other kind of bitter leaves,
The more
so that he
bitter
can make
is,
it
the
taste like
more-
medicine. Because people think
Yeah.
bitter tasting stuff is better and tastes more like medicine. If they tasted sugar, it'd taste like they were drinking, you know, like actual sugar water. So like, no, it needs to taste bad. People will think it works better if it tastes bad.
I really like playing Ryoko because it's a little hard to speak as her. It's like she speaks really slowly, but sometimes
Yeah.
I'll like accidentally have like a little accent sometimes. And I'm like, that's just that Wind Rosie accent. Smiley
The girl
face.
with rosy accent.
That's my reasoning for my mouth fucking up.
So, let's see.
What's
Uh,
next
I
on
think-
the docket?
Well, first we're waiting for Aloha to come back, and then once he's back, we'll be good to go. But yeah, I'm also reading chat and seeing stuff too.
Is
Is
Ryoko a
Bingus?
No.
No, probably not. I don't think she
Sadly not.
qualifies. Actually, you know what? I think the very first scene back, I think we can get started on pretty quick. I will wait like just like another minute or so for Aloha though.
I hope I
Yeah.
can talk to Noritachi more.
Huh?
Also, so I
How
can
about-
put in the thing.
Yeah,
I love Noritachi.
I
Yeah,
hope I get to
gotcha.
talk to him more. It's just been like Ryoko's so like kind of overwhelmed and trying really hard to play
Yeah,
it off.
Yeah.
She's like,
Oh,
haha, thank you for entertaining the guests, Noritachi, haha. Like you're saving her life.
So people are asking, is Ryoko a Bingus? Well, the more important question, chat, is you have to ask yourself, are you a Bingus?
I think you're a Bingus.
I think you're a Bingus, chat.
So,
I think you specifically are a Bingus.
ya
There
bingo.
there are Roma Binguses. There's one coming up in Indigo Chapter 3.
Yeah. So, pretty immediately, I'm gonna get us back in this because I'm having fun, and oh
Yes.
boy. So, okay. Alrighty. Are you ready?
Yep.
Okay. Now then. Ryoko,
Yes.
you're dreaming again. Some time has passed. As you feel yourself laying in rushing water falling past you. Pull this back. This is a familiar spot. Deep, deep beneath the water. All the way down here. Feeling yourself surrounded on all sides by this viscous liquid that almost wraps around you like plastic, yet you can breathe. Almost like a shell of water. Definitely not the experience of being under the water. All the same, it feels almost... It's vast yet claustrophobic at the same time. Here you are. Yes. This is a dream you've been having a lot. This is a place you'd like to be. Strange enough it is to say. You've heard tale of people being able to dive under the water in far-off lands and be able to survive there. Stories of, well, some nations that are under the water themselves. Perhaps some way for people to fall there as well. You know, right off the shore of Mitsudai, such a kingdom exists, but even far beyond there. Grand tree that stretches across the ocean floor. Different societies that seem to have found ways to breathe underwater. All of these legends reach your ears through the books you read and the stories you hear from orators that come to visit. All so magical. But all very much outside the grasp of Yoshinaga, for now. You've always found comfort in the etiquette you've made for yourself, the noble life you have. It is comfortable, for sure. All the same, in times like these, you find yourself coming here. A simple dream to feel water upon your skin and to be washed away by the tide. You wonder, could this tide wash me away? Could I find myself leaving here? If I simply let the tide move me away, would I be able to escape this place? Back here again. Roll to die for me. Pick a swing for this next leg of the race. You're at full health. You've already used one of those. Alright. And once again, I want you to roll for me. Staring forward. Yes, staring forward at that dam which lies within the water. A dam that holds these tides in. An uncrossable dam that remains strong, firm, and holds you back. Why does it feel so unconquerable? What stops you there? It's... Before you can find an answer for this question, reality is requiring your presence once again. After all, it falls to a lady to be the first to awake in the morning. You find yourself being dragged up, pulled to consciousness, almost hanging there for a moment, unable to move in your own bed, until, with time, even that ceases, and your eyes become aware of the surroundings. A familiar room, although it feeling small, is ahead of you. You, although you didn't hear it, you do understand. You were probably awoken by the polite knock at your door. Early in the morning.
She stands up. Do they always knock on the door?
They always knock on the door first whenever you've instructed them to wake you.
So that means it's time to come in here.
Yes, it is. You step on inside of your own personal quarters once more, your changing room, and it's time for two things. First off, we're dropping you out of the swing as you take the time to select your outfit, get dressed, put on a number of accessories, taking time to sit down in front of your mirror and look forward. Tell me, I want you to roll to die for me for this moment. Here it is, deciding if anything's sticking. I see.
Always rolls a 1 in
He
her
always
blue.
rolls a 1 in her blue when this happens. Every morning, staring forward at that mirror. It's etiquette. Etiquette. You need to get the etiquette back. Staring at that mirror, you have to make the faces, get your expression back in order, escape the thoughts in your head just a little bit longer. You have a wedding to plan, you have guests to entertain. All right, so tell me, after the last little bit of time, what is Ryoko? What's sticking to Ryoko? What sort of social situation do you believe her not adept to deal with?
Curiosity.
Ah, I see. Whenever your curiosity is piqued, you'll find yourself unable to hold back from engaging. And because of that, you look across that mirror. Calmness is what you seek right now. Stress, anxiety, and curiosity above all. A great traveling core stabilizer's in town. A bunch of new things are coming to apparent. A ton of new people have come into the city to see... No, they haven't come to see you. They haven't come to see you at all. They've come to see your wedding. That's right, your wedding. They've come
My
to see
wedding.
you be wed. Which is proper and expectable. After all, it is a big affair. Your family name holds great prestige, and you must put on your best face possible. So, why don't we drop you out of this useless swing and put you in this one instead?
Yes, of course. Back straight, chest puffed out, looking forward as she stands up.
You begin moving, stepping out, and you understand that someone will be awaiting you at the door. You open up, head outside, and standing ever firmly there is...
Good morning, Lady Ryoko.
Good morning, Noritashi. How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing well.
She gives you a bow.
Gives you a bow in return. Bit of a morning ritual, isn't it?
Yes. She seems slightly distracted this morning, but she speaks up and she says, "Has anything happened yet today?"
GM, have the guests arrived early again?
It seems as though the guests have arrived early yet again.
The guests have arrived. Straightens himself up again. The guests have arrived early again, madam.
I see. Always early, never late. I suppose they do not wish to waste time.
Yes.
Who do we have the wonder of greeting today?
Well, it seems that your dearest family members, Kobe, Owen, and Yoshi, are back yet again. You've also met yet another new selection of family members that have come to grace your presence.
Why, it's your dear cousins, madam.
I see. I believe I can manage this. I suppose I should go greet them.
Yes. I shall come with you.
I appreciate it. And she's actually going to head down this one today.
I see. Heading straight for it, huh?
Yep. Always early, never late.
You end up heading directly down to the mansion once more. And as you move, you know, well, you'll have to entertain a number of guests, most likely. You're going to have to talk again. Make a roll for me, actually, first. Let's see. Let's see if you managed to, over the past couple of days, do any sort of activities that should help you grant yourself respite.
Should I drop something? Is it roll to die or roll to do?
Roll to do. You should roll to do with the current swing you have locked in, or you could roll wild with it. I see. Well, let me roll. Let's see. Let's see how, oh, yes, it seems as though, unfortunately, getting a bunch of new guests, a sudden activity that would entertain them for this much time is, unfortunately, a little difficult on such short notice. So, you've been left in a position where you're just going to have to entertain yourself again.
I see. She closes her eyes, takes a deep breath, back up straight, face forward, heads down the stairs.
You head down the stairs, and as you move, you and your mate are apparent here. I'm going to let you know of a new ability you have. Noritachi is a gift to you. And as such, once per day, you can have Noritachi handle any activity you desire. There is an opening amount of entertainment you must do. You could toss him at that now, or you could decide to hold him for later for a different inconvenience.
I will hold him for later.
I see. So, with that in mind, you head on down to the main lobby, and you move out and know, through the noxious laughter, that your guests, you are starting to feel a little sick as you take steps up. You all the same have to put your best foot forward. So, you move.
Which room
This
are they in?
one.
The meeting room.
And as you step through, a lot of idle chatter is occurring on the other end. Many people standing about, speaking with one another. As you move on through, you notice everyone seems to regard you very lightly with a polite nod, as to the immediate, one of your cousins steps up. Ah, Lady Yoshinaga.
Yes, it's good to see you. Good morning.
Tell me, how fares your father?
We have a new doctor looking into him, so I can only hope for the better.
Tell me, what new doctor?
The great Daisuisen.
Oh, okay, hang on. I need to roll, hang on. We're gonna roll, roll, okay, so that's a lot of differing opinions. You see this man, Sonosuke, your cousin, the great Daisuisen, huh?
Yes.
The great Daisuisen? Tell me, is it true? Why, I heard he banished a great core spirit that once plagued a very affluent town off the way from Golden Beaches. Over here on the edge. Oh, I hear the great Daisuisen was one who is, have you heard he's kidnapped children? Oh, dreadful.
I cannot say I have, though I would not have you speak ill of my guest in these times.
One over here kind of taps the table. Yes, do not speak ill of a guest. My apologies. Meanwhile, down here, others seem to start mumbling and speaking more quietly outside of your earshot about the great Daisuisen. Speaking properly so that you will not hear.
Yes.
However, you understand how that name makes a number of people react. I literally checked. Every single person in here knows him in some capacity. There was no one here that rolled middling enough to be like, who? So it's great.
Everyone in here is like, wow, he's great. Wow, he's awful.
Yeah. So, you're going to have to start entertaining beyond this point. And while that's occurring, a maid actually brings herself forward and kind of steps up and approaches to the side, turning over to you and Noritachi. Excuse me.
Yes.
I'm interrupting, however. Lord Suisen has arrived.
I see. Wonderful. Ryoko's posture
Ryoko.
shifts slightly.
Yeah.
I see. Well, it turns out I have yet another guest to attend to. Let me bring him here.
Who is it? Is it Lord Suisen?
It is Lord Suisen.
Well,
yes.
why not bring Lord Suisen in here? We would love to hear stories from him.
I'm sure he would be happy to share. I will ask. You not
Only
speak ill of him in my
Yes.
home.
Yes, of course. Only if it is most convenient for his busy schedule.
Of course. Ryoko will make her way out.
Allow me to go with you, madam. The great Suisen, you say?
Yes.
The maid steps to the side. I shall attend to the guest momentarily. She steps
Thank
off the
you.
side.
Please, thank you.
You all start stepping together, moving across to the entry point, where the great Suisen is apparently waiting. So,
Madam,
yes.
Yes.
like the great Suisen, so they say.
Yes. I have spoken to him just the other day, actually.
Kidnapper
tell-
of children. I heard he
Yes.
killed a man and fed it to a core spirit. Whatever that is.
Oh. Oh my. A core spirit is a helpful creature most of the time, from what I've read. He seems quite nice, actually. I recognized him almost immediately by his arm. She says, like, eyes flitting slightly.
Oh.
Well, I suppose there is not much to be done then. Let us greet him. Noritachi is visibly worried.
And Ryoko walks through the door.
You walk through the door and step on the other side, and you see a man cleaning earwax out of his ear. He stops, notices someone stepping in, and then immediately has a sort of shocked reaction. He's just like, Lady Yoshinaga, I've come to grace your presence today.
It's wonderful to see you again, Lord Suisen. Are you here to check on my father?
Yes, I'm here to check on your father, Canon. Interested in hearing if anything new has developed. He kind of checks over to the side. Who's this?
This is my maid, Noritachi.
Oh,
I am Noritachi.
hello,
yes.
Noritachi. Anyways, do you know what's going on? Any more news about?
Lord Suisen,
Yes.
she gives you that look again.
Ah. I believe if it would please you, I would like entry into your abode to speak to your father and you about anything odd that might be occurring, Miss Lady Yoshinaga.
Of course.
He says two titles at once.
I appreciate you trying so hard on behalf of our family. I have some. She pauses for a moment.
Some
News, perhaps?
News. Yes.
Many of my relatives have come to visit, and she pauses, looking at you, Suisen. She
yes.
knows she's about to say something that you're not going to want to hear, but has to say it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
They wish to speak with you. As much as I would love to continue only having you speak to me, if it's going to be a more regular occurrence of you coming here, that would beget rumors, assuredly, quickly.
He kind of thinks about that. Yeah, it would be bad if rumors of your father's condition getting particularly worse started to spread.
Or rumors of a soon-to-be-married woman speaking to a man privately.
Is that a problem? I'm not
Yes.
romantically interested. I don't wonder people that. He kind of stops and he looks over. People really that shallow?
Yes.
I
I would warn you not to speak so freely, though.
Ah, yes. I see. That's fine. I can most likely. He kind of considers for a bit he was going to say something. I'll do my best.
I appreciate it. I'm
Yes.
sorry to put you in such a position.
I'm sure it'll be fine. Should I speak to them now?
Which would you prefer to do first? If we go and speak to them first, you may be able to find an exit quickly due to needing to check on my father.
Oh, that's very smart. Thank you for the suggestion, Lady Yoshinaga. I'll do that. I'll step through first.
I will accompany you.
Yes. Thank you. Do you have a glass of water I could go grab? If I'm going to be talking a lot, I'd like to make sure
I will have someone fetch it for you.
Oh, okay.
I will go forth.
Thank you.
Thank you, Moritachi.
Hesitant to leave you
Yeah,
two alone.
thank you, Thank you, Noritachi.
Yes.
Kind of stops and turns over and regards you. And I understand the concern, but if you could, I do need to speak privately about the other stuff.
I see. I will accompany you to visit my father then.
Like, other stuff?
I will come with you when you seek to visit my father then.
Excellent. He kind of steps forward.
Before you, she
Oh.
pulls him
Yeah.
almost uncharacteristically back in the room. I must
Yes.
warn you.
Hmm.
I had hoped you would not have to speak to them, but there are a couple things I'm going to try and assist you with. She seems like she doesn't want you to make a fool of yourself.
Yeah.
For her.
Yeah.
As you are my guest, I have asked them not to speak ill of you in my home. It would be rather disrespectful of them, so they can only hold so much. But if you are unprepared, it will soon spiral. So while you are here, I must say, she pauses for a moment. I know you seem of a type that wishes to do things for yourself. Yes. Go fetch your own water. So.
Yes.
If you were to do those things for yourself in my home, it would make my family look bad. So I will have to ask you to rely on the assistance of my staff, if you wouldn't mind.
Okay, I see. I suppose I need to make myself a burden to you then?
Not necessarily. You do not seem of a rude sort. Just unaware of the noble nuances or etiquette, I suppose. Just if you have need of something, ask me if you can have it, and I will have someone get it rather than asking if you can retrieve it, I suppose.
Okay, I see, I understand. He nods his head and kind of we should probably get this over with, huh?
Nods.
I see. He steps up, moving out. Oh,
As she passes through the door, there's the slight chime of a bell, and she...
Noritachi.
Yes. Your water.
Thank you. I suppose he takes the water and
It is
takes a
no
drink.
issue.
Yes. You. Mhm. Well, I suppose I might as well do this. He kind of psychs himself up for a second and moves up around the corner.
Do not worry, I'll be here to assist you.
He steps through the door. Good evening, everyone. It is I, the great Daisuisen. Everyone stops and turns, and a number of eyes stare at him as once. And he immediately, uh, uh, okay. He kind of freezes up as he's just like,
Ryoko enters the room behind him.
He kind of steps to the side to let you in. Is like sharks looking at him in the water. He's like,
She speaks up.
Mhm.
Yes, this is my guest, Lord Suisen. Please treat him kindly. Trying to draw their attention back to herself as much as she can.
He steps on through and kind of moves to the side, and everyone's like, "Yes, great Sui." You notice your cousin steps up. Great Suisen, it's such a pleasure to meet you. My name's Sonosuke. I've heard wonderful things about you. He kind of like nods his head. Yes, I'm happy to hear it. I hope I've been talked about flatteringly. Oh, of course. Everyone in here is so curious to meet you. In fact, we're all very, very excited. You are. Tell us, please, if you would grace us with a story or two, we'd be happy to hear from you. He considers. I see. Yes, I would gladly tell a story. He stands to the side, and he kind of, um, hmm, I what kind of story would everyone like to hear? I have a numerous number of tales in my belt. They all kind of look across.
Perhaps a story with a happy ending.
Oh. Yes, okay, I could do that. He thinks a bit. Happy ending. Okay. Let's see. Alright, Sui-sen. Alright, Sui-sen, what are you gonna do? Ah! He
I see.
thinks.
I see.
He thinks about what's a good story. He kind of runs through his head and he thinks, what's a story that made me feel good? Is there something like that? You can't really say a good ending for others and all that, so he sort of considers a little deeper and he thinks, there was one that happened a while back, but one that would be pretty good. Yes, let me tell you a story that is filled with etiquette. One that would be one that should, I think, restore faith in the world to everyone here. He stops and sort of considers himself a little bit as he if I may stand somewhere where I can get an audience, he he moves to the side and
Ryoko
kind of
tries her best to follow him as
let
elegantly
me
and calmly as possible.
let me okay, he makes to almost lean against the piano, but he stops instead, waiting there and sort of just, oh wow, that was so close. Everyone looks at him and he just starts talking. Well, for for all of high birth next within this chamber, I would like to tell you a story of one who lacks a sort of bearing or understanding of our lives and what we all share as people, yet all the same sought to show the world a curious and embrace the world with curious eyes and proper manners. He stops and then he looks up. All a while ago, a tale of many beings in one. And Suisen regards everyone with a tale of a strange being which knew itself as we. All around, traveling across the countryside, this being and him moved around the world. This being finding much struggle with the world of individuals, not understanding what made people people, the customs and cultures all around, but all the same, regarded itself as equals to everyone. A story that he relates to everyone around and manages to basically embellish the concept of we, the concept of this person who was not an individual, one who was all, and the story of their travels together. moving across, skipping over a particularly bad-sounding exchange between him and a village. He manages to keep things focused on the philosophy. Moving about with this strange entity, they find their way to deep within the forest, the land of a toad god, one far into the forest themselves. Having traversed those dangerous landscapes, he found an audience with the very toad god himself, and together they looked. They gazed upon this beast, and they spoke. They spoke of their purpose here. And they who reserved to themselves as we ended up speaking up and almost challenging the god with a glance to see if they could best this god, to almost allow themselves identity in this strange place, to prove that they were the world. But instead, something curious happened. Without even speaking a word, the god stared at this being, and proved in its right that there are those that stand even above all else. The world, as interconnected is as it is, all the same, is full of many separate things. Even those who would be ever connected cannot be connected to everything. There is always something foreign and outside. This story ends with a note that Suisen finds positive. The person himself, the entity known as the audience, they all collectively decided to leave, departing and deciding to live with humanity upon the outskirts, respecting humans and wishing for respect back, having found a limitation to itself. All of this kind of comes to head as Suisen finishes. He manages to say all of this with a great amount of decorum. He's very, very polite as he kind of speaks just honestly, speaking to his heart, mixing in some words, but all the same, Ryoko, you notice he's not... He is speaking respectfully, perhaps a few mishaps that nobles might find offensive, but he holds utmost respect for this entity, and he always tries to show it the best he can. This soul does have respect inside of him, or at least that's something you think. And after that, though, although he gave it to he gave a wonderful oration, let's see how the message went through to everyone. Let's see how the story goes over. Oh, interesting.
That's right. You all better like it.
Yeah.
Good emoji.
You notice that it's pretty close. So you notice that assembled, everyone kind of looks back and forth at each other. They're just kind of at many different points, but you make sure everyone, without even Suisen even noticing, there are bits that seem to resonate weirdly with the crowd. What with this concept of the we, the idea that any one of them could be brought into this fold and lose all that made them themselves, lose all their etiquette. It's not something that goes over quite well. However, a single bell ring that Suisen doesn't even... He registered as ambient noise, the same as a cough or a slight movement. But for them, it ringed in silence, as all bowed their heads and respectfully looked to Suisen. A miraculous story. Thank you very much for sharing, Lord Suisen. Oh, yes, I'm happy to share.
Thank
Yes,
you for such an interesting tale.
I seem to have gotten ahead of myself, however. I'm happy to tell stories, but I also need to check up on Lord Yoshinaga. If it would please everyone, I believe I would excuse myself now. Lady Yoshinaga?
Yes?
May you accompany me?
Yes,
I
of course.
require your guidance here.
Would greatly appreciate being able to visit my father.
Thank you. He steps to the side, moving out, kind of stepping outside the door. Everyone sort of chats to themselves about the story. A bunch of comments back and forth. What an interesting thing. Yes. Oh, terrifying, quite frankly. Indeed. Glad that's far away from us. Oh, but I suppose it was all well and well. The kid got to live, and same did that person. They managed to escape. I'd call that a happy ending.
Ryoko hovers by the door, making sure nobody's about to talk shit. And
Yeah.
then she gives a glance to Noritachi, like a come on, bro.
He's happy to follow along.
Yeah. Someone emerges on out, moving to the side, perhaps almost sensing this, they've moved aside with a pellet of snacks and other things and requests. They have some wine. They move on in, and this maid takes the duty of entertainment as all of you step out. Suisun
I-
kind of checks over to the side a bit.
I appreciate you going through the effort to tell such a wonderful story to my family.
Oh, he kind of stops and he smiles a little bit. Of course, that's one I'm very much appreciate, actually. Tell me. He kind of turns over to you. How did you like it?
I found it quite interesting. I think
Yeah?
that it certainly was a story with a happy ending.
I'm glad you think so. I've told it a few times, but every time everyone feels it might be a little strange. I don't feel like people understand, my friend.
I suppose it would be hard for many.
He kind of considers that. Hard, perhaps, but some things aren't supposed to come easy. I suppose it's noble etiquette that they all decided to listen to the story.
I believe some of them probably found it interesting. I'm sure some of them have their own opinions. I cannot speak for them.
Of course, I see. He kind of, he sort of falls back inside of himself for a moment, considering, yes, well, it's not my
It's
place
hard
either.
to read. It's hard
Yeah.
to read how Ryoko truly feels about it.
Mm-hmm.
Sui said you should roll, smiley face.
He should. He has this. Let's see. First off, let me drop
Gonna
the swing as
roll to read her, and I will roll.
yes,
I will roll.
absolutely. And I'm going to give him a bonus right now because you, to a degree, like the great Suisun, he's a legendary figure. Ooh, 18. Let's see how you do. Sensible.
Okay,
Makes
Ryoko.
sense. Makes sense. Hang on a second. So he kind of checks you a bit, like kind of trying to read. He's very curious. The kind of attitude you have is not entirely uncommon. Some people are rather reserved, but he kind of looks across, and checks. How do you? He doesn't actually say anything. He just looks.
She liked the story a lot
Mm-hmm.
and is very curious. That's
Oh,
why she
yeah.
didn't roll it for bonus. She's it's the kind of curiosity that a well-read person holds in
Mhm.
learning about something they haven't heard of before.
Yeah.
It seems so that feeling of losing your identity is something she's come to understand a little bit recently, and she finds it interesting.
I see. There's a curiosity that you have there that almost glares through. And Suisun kind of checks and looks at you and sees that, and he's like, would you like to hear more about that story? There are some details I skipped out on. I can tell you after I finish checking up.
That would be delightful if you wouldn't mind. I actually have a question about some of the other stories that I've heard of you.
Oh, of course. I would be glad to share.
She gives you
mhm.
like a nod.
You see, he kind of turns around and kind of starts heading up the stairs. And Romai, put something next to you if you want it.
Ah, I see.
He steps up. I'll take care.
Cannot.
Yeah, I'll take care of that really quick. But as you stop, he kind of steps up the stairs, and Noritachi, you sort of step up next to her for a moment. There we go. Now it should work.
Seems he finds himself rather comfortable in our home, making his way on his own. She says that with the feeling of he's being rude again.
Yes.
Just doing whatever he wants.
Yeah. He makes his way up the stairs.
She gestures to follow.
Yeah, you all end up following your way up, moving along with the great Suisun upstairs. As you go, he has sort of made his way up, though it seems, although he has moved rather rudely up the stairs, moving like this house was his own, he all the same has waited by the door, not moving much beyond that.
I appreciate you waiting at the door for us.
Of course, it would be very rude for me to go in by myself.
I will have you know that the upstairs of the home is normally off limits to guests. She says this and opens the door.
Yeah, isn't that because of the... I'm a doctor, I thought, isn't it? He kind of like looks a little confused.
Genuinely, if you are to come up here, you are to be guided by a member of the household.
I see. My apologies. He kind of steps over past after you open the door and moves on inside. He goes and inspects your father. As he sort of like considers this and is like, I see.
She's coming off as cold, but she's genuinely warning him.
Yeah. He ends up inspecting your father a little bit. Checking up, nothing seems changed. In fact, it seems he is feeling a little better by the sounds of it. Yes, I'm quite comfortable. Tell me, is the great Suisun spoke to the guests yet?
Yes, we just came upstairs after he told a story.
Yes, he kind of smiles. You have a positively wonderful family, sir. They were rapt guests. He kind of considers. Would you like to hear a story, sir? He kind of waits, thinks about that. Me? A story? Yes, if it would please you. After all, it felt a little rude to tell a story without your presence. I understand you're sick, but this would be an easy way to pass the time. He kind of considers this. Quite an interesting fellow you are, he says politely. Sure thing. Why not? He stops as Suisun steps back and, of course.
This is the one that Ryoko wants to hear.
Yeah, I see. So, next up, the great Suisun, once more speaking solely to the family of the Yoshi Naga main branch, begins speaking of another tale. Let me roll for that he needs Suisun. He gets a D6 on that one. Let's see. I think the audience here is a lot less okay. He Suisun speaks up and he actually no, we're gonna use this one. Actually, Ryoko roll. I want Ryoko to roll too. That's for his father, but I want to see how Ryoko feels about this. Oh, so he beats you. Yes, of course.
Beats her, and it's her. Yeah, and she's curious, and it's her yellow. She's into it.
Yeah,
she's really into it.
He tells a great tale, and then he speaks of this. You've heard of this tale, Ryoko.
I've read
this
tale.
one.
It's this one. This is the one that she likes.
A tale of him, Suisun, moving deep into the woods. A tale of tragedy, and as you've read it, love,
romance,
yes. Deep into the woods. A story of one Suisun before he was great, departing deep into the woods and staying within a shack with one other entity. Both of them sharing time together and deep into the woods for almost 30 days. Through this time, intimacy shared, love granted, and a forest calmed due to the kindness they shared from each other. 30 days of passion is how it is often referred to.
30 days of passion.
He regards this tale, but my goodness, it's quite different. In fact, this tale is a lot more dramatic. Drama seems to fill every ounce of this, and my goodness, this is a strange experience. Oh my goodness, how improper. They were quite rude to each other. In fact, they were enemies, but then they became friends with time, and oh my goodness.
You cannot tell us of his 30 days of passion. That'd be so rude.
It would be. It would be so rude. It would. So instead, he speaks of the beginning. He speaks of the time that they spent together, the opening of their rather tense gets together, so close together deep into the woods, and over time, they grew closer. And as the legend It must be metaphor for your wonderful father's ears, but at some point, the great Suisen, he went inside of Grand Kokutin, and oh my goodness, how you feel this inside, an expression ever so calm, you all the same wonder about what truly happened, moving inside of Kokutin's folds as he became friends and, as unlistened by the story, out of kindness for his sick father, lovers.
Of course, he had to admit such intimate details. It'd be rude to speak of it openly.
Yes. In fact, you're quite proud of him. He knows exactly how to tell this story for nobles. He said this nowhere near as inappropriate would be for such regal bearings. He then stops, and the father kind of stops and looks over, and he's like, "Yes, thank you for the story, Suisen. He kind of stops. I believe at this point I would not. I am good for a story now. You may depart. Thank you very much." Oh, yes, of course. He kind of nods his head. Make sure to take the medicine and have a wonderful day. He steps back and kind of turns over to Yoshinaga and moves back out here.
Ryoko bows to her father. I hope you are feeling better.
Yes. Quite a mysterious tale. He seems it seems your father thought the tale a bit displeasing.
Ryoko exits.
Yes.
She approaches Susan. I appreciate you telling him that story.
Oh, of course. I'm happy to tell it. It's an interesting one, to say the least. He kind of considers.
I appreciate you telling that rendition of the story as well.
Yes. He stops. Excuse me. That rendition?
Yes.
Yes. I spoke of the truth.
Of course. You do not
Yes.
seem like that of a liar.
Of course. He stops and he looks, seeing that his point has absolutely come across to you. He just smiles. Yes.
You said
I'm
there was
glad.
something else you wished to speak to me of, yes?
Oh, yes, of course. That aside, he stops and immediately just kind of like shifts over to the side. Yes, He kind of turns over. Would it be appropriate to speak in front of your servant
Is it...
about the other matter I spoke of?
I believe... She pauses. Actually, let me roll. How, Ryoko?
Yeah. How you feeling, Ryoko?
I believe that would be best spoken in private.
I see. Okay. Sorry, Noritachi.
Apologize.
I'm gonna have
I
to slip off of her.
Noritachi. No. There we go, Belle. Lord Suisen, I must ask you to refrain from saying such things. You must understand the implications.
No. Well, I would just... He stops and thinks, well, I seem to be making a number of mistakes. Very well.
We will not be speaking of anything uncouth, of course. It is a matter of utmost importance. I will ask to speak to Susan in private. She looks at you, Noritachi, with that look of like, I'm not gonna do anything bad, I swear.
Yes, milady.
He kind of stops. Well, we'll speak later, Noritachi. Thank you for the water. He smiles again. Oh.
Yes, of course.
Your servant's very nice. I thought he was rather intimidating at first, but he seems to be just as polite as all of the nobles here.
Of course, Noritachi has been with our family for quite some time and is the best of the best.
Yes, well, in which case, it seems I'm rather ill-suited for any of this, so I'm happy to just speak one-on-one again.
Do not worry yourself too much. I will do my best to cover. And she makes her way in here.
You make your way inside as you sort of move along it, and Suisen comes from behind. Well, yes. He kind of like... Oh, yes, thank you. Sorry, I should... He steps on inside, moving in. Well, it seems that we're alone again. Good. He kind of steps over, almost bumping into you again. Oh, do you want to? I. Okay.
Take your position and I will follow suit.
Yes. All right. He steps across from you. This is a. He kind of puts a hand to his head.
Seems that taking part in such noble matters has been wearing on you.
Yes. How do you do it?
What do you mean?
I imagine it's exhausting.
There is no room for such things in a noble's face. I apologize.
Oh, what? Why are you apologizing? I didn't ask. You didn't do anything wrong. I was just curious if you had a way to calm down from time to time. Something I could maybe try to do. Because every time I try to talk to Noble, it seems as though it's just a little bit, you know.
She ponders. I suppose I have taken to reading.
Imagine that's how you've heard of stories I've had.
Yes, She gets a little like glimmer in her eye that Susan, from your role earlier, you can catch for just a second. Yes, I've read quite a bit.
He kind of considers that, feeling a little bit of that like openness spill out, and you notice that he smiles at you. Well, thank you. Though I should say, most of the tales you probably read are a little exaggerated. I think it just comes with the territory.
I see. I suppose grand tales will always be exaggerated to make them grander.
Yes, it seems to be the case.
I actually have many questions on on the story you told my father.
Yes? He kind of looks. If you'd like, I could answer those first.
She ponders for a moment. Roll, Susan. Roll to see if you can see the look in her eyes.
Let's try. Susan, what'd you get? Oh, perfect, actually.
Yes, Susan. Okay. Let me roll her to do. Oh, Susan.
Oh, Susan. That's... Oh, no. She's just a little bit over there, isn't she? Wait. No. I forgot. The +2 bonus. The +2 bonus because you respect him as the great Susan. He meets, he matches, he wins.
Yes, he wins. So there's a look in her eye that screams she's about to say something very dumb.
He kind of stops.
You are the current lover of the great Dread Cocotin, yes?
He stops. He looks across. Excuse me?
How did you manage to fall in love with her?
What? Wait, I'm sorry. I think you misunderstood something.
Catching the eye of a god must be so difficult.
What? Wait, how did you get that impression? I thought we ended the story as friends and stuff.
Well, of course, you can only tell that sort of story.
Wait, are you...
Be rude to speak of such events openly, especially of that of a god.
Why? I didn't lie anything. I just told the truth straight from the front.
I'm a lady. I would never accuse you of lying with Susan.
I see. If you're curious, he kind of seems to freeze up, and he just kind of stops, and you feel like his brain flatlines in front of you. Is that what people are saying?
Yes, it is.
He stops, and then he considers, and you notice a smile play on his face. There's a slight redness to one of his cheeks as he kind of scratches at his chin. Well, I suppose, that's interesting, because, you want to know a secret? I'm not quite sure what tale you've read, but I imagine it was one that was published by a false goddess, one who has changed and taken my identity to publish a little bit of a, well, self-account of such events. I'm telling you honestly, whatever you read, that was Kokuten, not me.
I see, so you were not in love with the Dread Kokuten then?
He stops. Huh. I've just never thought about it like that, I suppose. He kind of like notices. He kind of like, hey, he stops, waiting. I, how am I supposed to say this? I don't know.
Oh my.
Wait, what? Why? Why do you feel like you're intrigued by that?
Well, whatever could you mean? You know, I myself am unable to choose who I am in love with. So the idea that you could choose to fall in love with someone such as the Dread Coquetin does intrigue me.
He stops. Well, I mean, he kind of considers. I suppose, it would fall down to interest, wouldn't it?
She raises an eyebrow, very,
I mean-
very slightly.
Well, I just didn't expect any sort of interest in that way to be had towards me, but
Well,
I
if
suppose-
she's the one writing those books, she certainly made it seem such a way.
he stops. And then he thinks. Yeah, I suppose you're right, huh? If she wrote that, then at least that's how she wanted people to see us.
It was quite the romantic tale of lovers.
He kind of like, he turns around and you don't see
30
what
whole
expression
days.
is held on his face.
She kind of speaks up a little bit. 30 whole days of passion.
Kind of, he once more directs his back away and looks away from you. You can't see what kind of expression he has on his face right now as he sort of looks away. Yeah, I guess something like that.
There's the chime of a bell as her eyes go wide when he like agrees to it. And she's like, I see. And then it subsides.
I suppose I should think about that a little bit more, huh?
Of course.
He kind of stops and thinks and scratches his head. And you notice when he turns around again, you notice a strange expression to see on his face. And then, like that, let me roll the die really quick. Actually, no, I don't need
Susan,
to
you have a
do
card of
anything.
Coquetin.
Without that, it seems to refresh back to 0. He looks across. Well, I suppose I've learned something new, haven't I? He thinks.
I suppose the question would be, since you get to choose who you love, would you want to love her?
He stops. Across. You can't do, Lady Yoshinaga? His expression grows serious for a second. Is something wrong? I'm going to roll to do now.
There's a pause. He says, "It would be nice to be able to love someone who loves you back. Is that something you can't do?" And she seems to think heavily for a moment.
Mm-hmm.
I do, as a noble, not
Shit.
get to. Oh my, Susan. I don't know if I can. Let me.
You have the ability to roll with 2 extra. You have 4 d6s to roll, and you've got your bonus. It's possible.
What bonus do I get?
You get a. You have your d6s, and you get plus 2 d6 to this.
Okay.
He He stares across. A silence falls across this meeting room.
Okay, hold on. I input something bad.
Okay, that's super fair. It happened to me too. Oh no.
Oh no, Ryoko.
And that's a
Ryo-
fucking 1 there.
That's a one there.
Tell
She
me,
speaks.
Ryoko, what happens? How do you eloquently address this man?
Is that something you're not able to do? She thinks for a while before opening her eyes and saying, I suppose I would wish to, not that I can.
He stops and looks at you. I see. He kind of considers that as well. That's not something that's not something that's unique. It's something that a lot of people feel. For some, it's a matter of you might know or learn someone cares about you deeply, but you're not sure if you feel or how you should feel. You're not sure if there's anything that can rise up to the surface of your heart. And he kind of turns over to you. And you, however, I'm curious if that's your case, or perhaps if you've been experiencing something else.
Well, as a noble, my marriage is an arranged marriage, Lord Daisuisen.
Yes, an arranged marriage, I understand.
That was always going to be the case for me.
He kind of looks over again. Yes, I understand. He kind of, yeah.
I cannot say. I was always excited to be married.
He considers that, yes.
It seems my fiance does not hold such feelings.
So, I'm correct. This is something that you're not excited for. You don't love your fiance. And on top of that, he kind of considers that a little bit more as he sort of looks across. You would like, perchance, nothing more than this ceremony to end?
She pauses. I suppose so. Once it is over, I will not have to worry about it anymore.
He considers that. No, you won't have to worry about that, but he kind of like gets caught up there as he sort of Can you tell me? I don't understand nobility. So instead, he kind of turns over. Lady Yoshinaga,
Yes.
I'd like to ask you to, if it would be no trouble, could you speak honestly to me about how you feel?
Suisun, it is uncouth of a lady to do so.
Oof. He suddenly, all right, he's dropping out of that. He stops, sees that, and then releases out a sigh.
The bonus, though.
Yeah, the bonus is, oh. No, but the bonus, he has a +2. But remember, with that swing locked in, you have a 16, so he gets up to a 13.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. So he kind of looks across, releases a sigh. I see. My apologies.
There's nothing to apologize for.
Yes. He kind of stops. I don't believe there's anything else to add. Your father's condition is worsening, and the core spirit continues to run its toil. There's nothing I can do for now, though I am still going to keep trying. It's not in the nature of the great Suisun to give up, huh? He kind of gives you a smile, though it seems a bit tinged with something. If it would please you, I'm going to depart for now.
Of course. I hope you have a good evening.
He stops, turns around, and heads out, leaving through the door. This other doorway. Not the way he should have gone. One more bit of rudeness for him. All the same, he leaves, and for a moment, you're left alone. Lady Yoshinaga,
Yes.
you have a busy day ahead of yourself. You've taken some time away and you have your guests entertained. All the same, there's more business to attend to. What would you like to do? Oh, also, I forgot to mention earlier, you took 11 damage from Daisuisen trying to break through to you. So you're there now.
I suppose there's nothing to do but work on the preparations.
You do. That's what we'll have to do, of course. Work on the preparations, of course, of course. With that, you contemplate again, holding yourself there. Would you like to make another attempt to think, or would you prefer instead to simply go about your day?
I would prefer instead to simply go about my day.
I see. Excellent. Very proper of you. In which case, you may be off. As you head on outside of your domain and make your way abouts, doing a number of little pieces of work, you find yourself pushing the day away as time passes. And as this progresses, at a point, you find yourself in the evening seeing off a guest. One guest who, again, before, has stayed around a number of times, keeping watch over your father. He is standing directly across from you. It's absolutely a pleasure. Long walks, but good food and drink, and I appreciate your hospitality.
Is the walk an issue?
He kind of considers that. Well,
Our fair city is quite large.
It is. It's really the walk to avoid getting over all the canals and everything like that, but I'm making it work, I suppose. If that's all, I'll depart for now. I'll be back later.
She thinks. I see. Well, have a good evening then.
Yes, you too. He steps over to the door, passes over the door itself, begins moving out, reaches the edge, and you hear the slight dingle of a chime on the outside of your house as Daisuisen departs. For a moment, you are left alone with your head maid.
She thinks for a moment. Noritachi,
Yes, madam?
is there anything else we need to see to today?
I believe all of the duties of today have been attended to.
I see. Would you like to have some tea with me then?
That sounds lovely.
Where would we have tea? Perhaps in the library.
That would be amenable.
Sounds excellent.
You head on down, moving over to the library. And as you head off, you end up, once more, your head maid opens the door politely for you. So you all move inside. And alone, you only have the books and your head maid to keep you company here.
Where would we sit in here to have tea? I think to myself. I suppose we could sit at this table.
Yes, I will assemble the chairs.
Thank you.
You move over to the side. And with a couple minutes of passing, a maid brings out a tea set, places it down for you both, and leaves the actual creation, moves the pouring of the cups to the head maid himself.
He looks on for a moment, looks side to side, looks at the front door, and places the seat across from you.
She doesn't. she doesn't express any sort of issue with this, I suppose.
It's the idea of, like, there is no really need to express the gratitude after all. This is all something that is expected, though you are polite and everything
She
is
doesn't-
assembled.
She doesn't express issue with him sitting directly across from her, despite the fact that Minnie would probably have
Yes.
things to say.
Of course.
She appreciates the company.
He serves the tea.
Thank you. How have you been faring the past several days? I know there is quite a bit of work with all the
Yes.
preparations.
Well, all in preparation for your big day, I suppose.
I
How
suppose so.
fares your father?
It seems that the medication Suisun is giving him is working, I suppose. I'm not a doctor myself. I appreciate his visits, though I worry since he seems to be struggling. Both of them seem to be struggling, I suppose. Suisun is a man who has a hard time hiding his emotions on his face. It seems he's greatly worried about something.
The type of honest folk you'd find about anywhere.
I suppose so. She says that, but it's got that tinge of I suppose so, with the underlying, not that I've ever met any, since she only talks to nobles.
I hope you've been able to find some rest then in the past couple of days, though?
Yes. The other attendants of the household have provided me many ample opportunities to rest between shifts.
I'm glad. That is good. She seems happy that you aren't being overwhelmed. She seems a little bit worried about you.
Aw. What of you, madam? Have you found respite upon these days? You know you may call me for anything.
I appreciate it. I believe I have. Being able to properly entertain everyone is quite. It is a duty that I have always known would come, but sometimes I remember why it took so many lessons to train me how.
Yes.
Some days it is easier than others, I suppose.
I notice you haven't touched your tea. Is something wrong with it?
No, of course not. And she will take it and sip it.
Sip silently as well.
Ryoko is a very quiet person. So I assume that it's not uncommon for her to just sit and have tea with you quietly, only talking sometimes.
Yes. I feel this is a fairly common occurrence. Well, at least whenever they can get away with it.
Yeah, whenever it's not like, hey, you have 80 million things to do, or people are over, so it would be kind of uncouth to have tea with your maid.
Yeah.
She peeks her eye open and looks at you. Moritachi,
Yes, madam.
when time comes for me to go to the Golden Beaches, will you be staying here?
Yes.
I see.
Someone must attend to your father, after all.
I appreciate it. I'm happy to know that he will be in good hands.
Can I roll to die for Noritachi?
Sorry about that. Yes, you can.
Ah, I see.
I see, yeah.
Your big day is an important one, after all. There is no quaver in the voice. But
Oh.
you see. Ah. Perhaps something is wrong with the tea.
Perhaps so. She doesn't call you on it. She doesn't make any effort to she simply lets you.
It goes on for a while, but eventually the tears stop. Shall I get a snack for you, ma'am?
I suppose I would appreciate it greatly. If you are hungry, you should fetch something for yourself as well.
Thank you, madam.
I appreciate the company.
Bows to you.
Bows to you.
A very proper display, Lady Yoshinaga. I saw you slip for a moment there, but back, straight, head up. Your headmaid departs, and you're left with a slowly cooling cup of tea.
She will drink it before it cools, as is proper.
As is proper. And so, it seems
There
as
is
though...
there's no face for her to make in these times.
There's no face to make for sadness. And as you spend the rest of the night, with time, your headmaid collects the composure that of his blood he can only manage half the time, and finds his way back into the library.
Here you go, ma'am.
Thank you. She looks down at it. What did you get?
Oh, Noritachi got bread. Something they've prepared special upon your request. It would be a fairly normal thing, but it's Wind Rosy in baking style.
I see. I appreciate it. She very properly proceeds to eat this bread that she has a favoritism towards it.
Yes.
Yes, if I believe I remember correct, that is the bread that your mother favored at a time. It tastes positively, well, it's well-cooked bread, rather fresh, buttered slightly. It's a plain meal, a plain snack, but it would be too late to eat something heavier. All the same, it's warm. It fills you with a nice feeling as you eat it. It reminds you of many things, many pleasant sensations. You wonder if you'll be able to eat bread this good once you go to Golden Beaches.
She doubts it. After all, when she leaves to Golden Beaches, she will be leaving all of this drab wood behind.
Yes. Every single piece of wood constructed by, or with the guidance of your late mother and father together, shall be left behind, and instead you shall see glorious marble and excellent, grand structures built atop of you. You and your husband, Tomiya Toba.
In his shining marble palace.
There is not much conversationally you can drift to past this point. You simply eat, and your headmaid appreciates the time. And as things pass, you once more find yourself pondering. I'm going to drag you back here. Such a drab, lonely wooden place should not be able to hold you for long. In fact, why has it? Why does it hold a strength like a dam against you? It's a hard thing to understand. You should have rolled a 2 for me. You can lock in one of those rolls to die that you had. Probably Ryoko. That's there. And?
It's kind of good.
Mm-hmm. Plus. That's pretty good, yeah. Let's see. Just not enough, however.
Just not enough.
And so, another day passes. I'm going to start giving you fatigue for these. 11. You're down to 2.
It's okay. She will get a good night's rest, I'm sure.
And so, that goodness, that good rest, eventually, you feel it. Come again. Would you like another break around here?
Yes, I would like to get some
Yes.
water. All this talking.
We'll call a break, yes. Excellent.
She talks like
Yay.
she talks in such a way that even though she doesn't say that much, it's like still takes a lot of.
Ah,
I'm gonna go grab
excellent.
some water. I'll be right
Excellent.
back.
Yes.
Hello, it's me.
Hello.
Aloha.
Hello.
Grab some water too.
Yeah, it's the good
Oh,
shit. Mhm.
it is. Good
Yeah.
stuff.
I'm seeing a lot of newer-ish people in chat.
Yeah, it's been very nice. I've been keeping an eye on that too.
Yeah, for those who don't know, this is held in the same world as some of our other shows, and you can check those out on our website, stabbyness.com. And you
I'll
can
post
also
the link.
join our official Discord, where you can see our shows and talk about our shows with other people, much like this one and others. So Christian will be getting you those links. And
But
for the YouTube people, you could probably find those in the YouTube description. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, and actually, I believe Chad will have to give those links in there because, again, I'm not able to on this computer log in
not-
just yet.
Jay. Oh,
Yay.
Chad's here.
Back.
Chaz
Yes.
here. Could you link the website and also the official Discord link?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Christian's useless to me.
Sir.
Yes.
Mhm. This is a wonderful session of
Ah.
just noble bullshittery.
Yeah.
Umineko-esque fucking... Umineko-esque. Umineko is a lot darker.
This has been great so far. I've really enjoyed this.
Yeah.
Let's see, I'm gonna plug something in really quick, and then I'll just take a look at what people got to say.
It really, really hurts me. Yeah. It's great. A subtle pain, but still feels familiar. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I've noticed someone here saying they got a binge Indigo and Windrose.
Yeah.
It's super, they're both really good. I'd recommend it. But yeah, these are all standalone, so don't worry about it
Yeah.
too much.
This is held in the country of Mitsudai, which is right under Raoji, which is where 13th God takes place. This is the first game that is in Mitsudai. Wacky ass lore. Even wackier core spirits and people.
I'm
Thank you,
back.
everyone, for the nice
Yeah.
words. Welcome back. I'll swap out then for a moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Christian's Patreon.
guys-
Christian Civet. Like I said earlier, this is where you can support the show, so we can have budget. Maybe one day we'll get a budget so we can have these nobles have faces. Imagine. Imagine.
You guys like watching Ryoko suffer?
Yeah. I
You guys
love
like
the...
the somber bullshit that's happening?
I love the little chibis you did to express
Yes.
those emotions without having... Yeah.
So cute.
So cute.
Sorry, my mic fell. I apologize.
Good job. Actually, just where you guys see the Common Writer system stream? Yeah! That's good.
Pog.
It's Pog that you found us through that. It's Mineko.
I was surprised that Suisen rolled so high. I didn't think he was gonna get to see those until
Yeah.
he called her out, which he kind of did, but
Yeah.
Yeah, Umineko's a visual novel.
also Ryoko #1 Suisun Kokuten shipper.
Yeah. The story seemed as magical. Yeah, Christian did really fucking good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Christian's narration game for all of these episodes has just been fucking cash money.
Thank you. This one's been pretty funny.
Yeah.
Awful too.
You're doing really good, dude. Alright,
Thank you.
Yeah.
so
Alright.
everyone got drink, everyone got all their shit.
Oh,
Ready?
I left my
gonna
drink.
sip
I'll be
of
right
water.
back.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's why see chat, that's why you ask before you start. Because then you realize everyone forgot everything.
Man, it's okay, Ryoko. I'm sure everything will get better.
It's fine.
I'm sure once you're married, it'll all stop hurting so much. Smiley face.
Smile. We haven't even met the groom.
We haven't even met the groom.
Well, the chat hasn't met the groom.
The chat hasn't met the groom. Ryoko has. Aren't you excited? Your big day.
So excited for my big day!
Mhm.
It's your big day. Oh
It's
my
your
god.
big day.
I'm just sitting here like, god damn it. Why is this the hardest mission Suisun's had?
So
I love
it's
Ryoko
this,
so much.
It's this thing, right? Of dealing with the spiritual is what he's trained for, right? Dealing
Mhm.
with the mundane isn't. So it's just this kind of thing. It's so outside of his comfort house that it's just
Excuse
like,
me, sir. Did you ordain to call this mundane?
yes. Alright, everyone ready?
Yeah.
Alright,
Ryoko is not a boomer.
stop. Don't read chat. Don't ignore them. Keep going.
So, I believe Ryoko, or Lady Yoshinaga, either which works. I have a question.
Yes.
In the coming days, we'll find ourselves closer and closer to the wedding. Things are going to start intensifying. As this happens, so too will your dreams. You find yourself dipping back underneath here. This place again. Yes, this place. You feel like something sort of seems to resonate across. This feeling again, washing up. Another dream like this. It's been a bit since the last one, but they seem to be intensifying. You find yourself shifting around here, and you wonder. You wonder about everything, really. There's too much to think about, so instead of me being so bold as to assume what you think, I would prefer to hear from your own mouth, Lady Yoshinaga. What is it you've been feeling this past couple of weeks?
In preparation for the wedding, she is feeling afraid, scared, perhaps trapped.
Trapped, huh? Tell me, what is trapping you here?
Perhaps it is etiquette or love, perhaps?
Love. Ah, love. I see. And etiquette. Responsibility?
Yes.
Are you not looking forward to your departure?
Even in this space, I cannot say.
Excellent. Well then, as you remain in this space a little bit longer, unsure what holds you here, can you answer me honestly? In the next couple of moments, there are two approaches you could do. You could once more reflect on that large dam that holds you here, the point where the raging waters seek to wash over. You could, again, reflect on that. Or you could choose not to, and perhaps restore some of your vitality for the days ahead. Would you like to challenge that Great Wall again? Or would you prefer to simply take this moment in your dream to rest?
I would like some rest.
I see.
I'm
Very well.
getting rather tired.
In which case, you see your eyes drift away, up, out of the water, to the sky above. And the sky fades to a roof, that eventually you come back to. Your consciousness drifts. You find yourself... Oh, I should move this down. You find yourself in a strange spot. You've awoken. Yet, you've awoken and you see the lights outside drift rather early in the morning. You don't believe your servant has come to knock yet. You find yourself awake even earlier than they've knocked, of your own will. What do
How
you
much
do in this case?
HP do I restore?
None yet, because
None.
right now, because you've rested, I've given you the opportunity here to do something to restore your rest. In which case, you can take a moment in the room. You could also attempt to spend one of the 2 times you can take a break like this. I basically granted you the option of spending one of your keys to leave the house and try to find some peace outside for a little while.
I think she will.
Excellent. Well now, in which case, you have a day ahead of you that, you might find your way outside for a little while. A concept rather interesting. You haven't been outside in a good while now. It's so dark outside now. Early. Some would say even late. There is a sun drifting on the horizon, but only its beginning lights seem to float there. You pop out of bed, move around, and try to look, get dressed, get ready to go.
I think this morning she will get ready and simply leave after that. There will be
Excellent.
time to reflect when she gets home.
Indeed. Perhaps
in
it would do
this
you well to see your
door?
city. Oh, that? Well, quite simply, it is your bathroom.
Okay. Just wondering.
Excellent.
I just noticed there was a door there.
Yeah. So, you go to the door ahead of you. Stepping through. No one on the other end. A silent second story. Moving across. An ever silent morning ahead of you. Your mansion seems to take almost a special silent property to it. Something that, more than just the quiet of its own right, it also seems to be lifeless, just about. Everything in here seems to almost... It's such an interesting expression to say it is lifeless, or perhaps it is abandoned. For you know, all the servants have moved around the house, locked all of the windows, made sure everything is where it should be. And yet this pristine condition mansion almost feels new to you as you step across, and it finally occurs to you the reason why it feels so abandoned, the reason why you feel like this place is so new and almost brand new and exciting you in some way. Well, it's because it's simply been a long time, over months at this point, that you've ever seen this mansion with so few souls within it. It's been way too long since this mansion has granted you silence. And as you move around during the early hours of the day, you do notice, as you head down the stairs, there appears to be the earliest sounds of preparation. Someone is working in the kitchen. Here, I'll make this apparent to you. Over there, by the side stairs, someone
will make-
appears to be working.
She will make her way down very quietly.
You move
And-
past, moving silent.
Exit silently.
For a moment, Noritachi, you feel like you hear something. Just a slight creak. These quiet mornings are your only respite during these busy times. But all the same, that is interesting.
Let me see something.
Yeah?
You hear the chime of a bell.
Oh. Yeah. An unmistakable bell. One who you shared tea with last night. She seems to step out onto the lobby room.
He says nothing.
Ryoko, you make your steps out, moving across and an exit to this place. A door you've not stepped through in at least a couple weeks till you went out to the garden. In fact, the only way you smelt fresh air has been through windows the past while. Servants handle delivering goods. You've almost been kept sheltered inside since the time of your wedding announcement. It only makes sense. Though, today, before the sun barely takes to the sky, you move out. You collect shoes upon the entranceway. Shoe from the shoe rack, placed upon your foot. You first step out into the open air. And making your way across, you wander just a little bit, moving out to your garden ever so slightly, until eventually you find yourself wandering about the areas. Now, you rolled that 5 there, so I think I know where I'm taking you. Ryoko, you, by your lonesome, stumble out to the city itself. There's a grand market past the canals. One that stretches from the very main entrance of this city all the way up to the docks, where many sell their crafts and goods. It is a large, it is in its own right known as the River of Goods. The only place in this town that seems to be continually traveled down, a straight path through the canal, many connecting bridges. You wander across, and there are a number of people that greet you as you go. Some in shock, some quietly. You, Lady Yoshinaga. Your wedding is coming soon. That is what many people ask about. They ask about how things are going, they wish you good luck, but they maintain courteous distance from you. And with time, you make your way down to a market that is almost seeing the light of sun, but still has some dark remaining. A guard makes notice of you. They say nothing, but almost seem to be more attentive, noticing a noble amongst their presence. You take a look across and you see food for sale, but what exactly brought you here? You noticed, patiently to the side, one who is taken to pottery, showing off their craft to the world. Alongside other goods assembled, textiles, farmers, weapon creators, many people. Crafters, much like yourself, much like everyone in Ocean Veins. Walking these markets used to grant you so much peace as you step up to the pottery and inspect. It's nice to see other crafts. The
It's been a
person
while
in front.
since you've seen another person's
Yes.
crafts.
Oh, my stall is blessed with Lady Yoshinaga. My apologies if anything doesn't come up to snuff. But I tell you, he kind of steps to the side. You shall find only the greatest pottery here.
She bows her head.
He
I would love
sits.
to see things that you have set your time into making.
Of course. Here he moves aside, and you notice there's a box in the corner, one that he slowly undoes, and simply pulls to the side. Inside is a vase, one he pulls out that seems to be mostly and quite impressive, actually. It is still pottery, and yet it feels intricate. This one seems to have taken a style from abroad, something that is crafted off of a new, more something with ingenuity, not the same kind of classic thing that any one person would seem to create and put on their shelves, as all of these are most commonly the types of Mitsudai sort of pottery you would experience and find. But this seems different. He sort of steps up excitedly. If you would please have a look.
She pulls out a little notebook from her shirt and pulls out a fine glass pen. Of course. Tell me, did you have fun creating this?
Oh, yes, very much fun. It was something of my own mastercraft. I spent quite a lot of time constructing it, and it was, well, I hope you enjoy it. Enjoy the appearance. It was fun. It was definitely something for me, and I hope for other people as well.
She inspects it and she writes in her book about it, and she says, I'm glad that you were able to express yourself through this. It is quite beautiful. Is
Thank you.
this the thing you've made that you think was the most fun to make?
Kind of stopped.
This is a very unique style. I haven't seen it before.
Yes, it was something of an offshoot from my family. They were not so supportive of it at the start. After all, it was a big risk, something against the family's normal tradition. So, in that way, it was almost a mischievous quality to it that made it quite enjoyable, though kind of steps over to the side. I would say this is the second most enjoyable one. The first most enjoyable per sale, but I would say that one of the most enjoyable things I ever created was the very first pottery I ever did as a child. It was the first thing that set me down this path. I suppose I've always been chasing that enjoyment, even till now.
Her eyes soften and she goes, I see. I'm glad to hear that you find fun in your work. Here, and she scans her eyes across it. I would not wish to take something that you seem to care for so much and hold so much pride for. That's something that you should share with others. Tell me, which of these
Please,
would you...
He actually stops, and a slight rudeness interrupting you mid-speech. There seems to be a almost frenetic enjoyment to his voice as he starts to speak up. Yes?
She lets him speak.
Okay. He kind of places the pottery down. No, this is, as I said, this is my greatest thing that I'm willing to sell. I could think of no greater honor than granting it to you. He kind of hands you. Goodness, I would never assume as much, but perhaps it's something you could take with you when you depart. Consider it as a wedding gift from me to you.
I see. Her eyes actually soften even more. If you would be happy to part with it, then I would be happy to take it with me.
Of course, Lady Yoshinaga. As you said, these things are meant to be shared, and I can think of no greater honor to bestow. He slides it across the table. And, roll to die for me again. Alright, lock in your yellow. You restore 10 HP as you collect this fine craft in front of you. You hold it in your hands.
It certainly is beautiful.
Thank you.
Tell me, could you give me your name? and she's writing in her book, like logging it almost.
Oh, uh, I'm Hanma, journeyman potter.
I see. Thank you. It is
He
nice
nods
to
at that.
speak to someone on the same level as myself. I've been speaking to only masters recently. It can be quite stressful.
Oh, he stops. And you notice that he puts his hands together and he kind of bows to you. It is a pleasure. He almost stops and words catch in his mouth. Journeyman Ryoko.
Thank you. She seems to actually really appreciate him using that title.
It was a leap for sure, but that would be the correct way to treat and refer to one of the same rank as you. He seems to realize that worked, kind of nods his head, and a smile beams on his face as you collect this vase. I do hope you have a wonderful day.
You too. She's actually really happy to have this vase. She's like, wow, this is incredible. she makes her way over this way and she's looking around. It seems like those sorts of interactions are likely what she came here for.
Yes, that makes sense. Let me roll something really quick. Let's see. I need to roll to die with this. Oh, I think I know how to do. Of course. Of fucking course. God damn it. Oh.
How are you gonna do
So, Lady Yoshinaka, you
Yes.
depart, looking across, moving over this stall. As you take steps up, and before you even leave
She's about to eat
eye
shit.
shot, you feel a bump against your body. You feel yourself fall down to the ground momentarily, the vase tumbling out of your hands and smashing against the ground.
Can I take physical damage to not damage the vase?
Okay, you can take physical damage. You're going to take 15 damage and take a wound.
Yes, she'll do it. I'll do
All
it.
right.
I'll do it.
You guard this vase with your body. The potter looking and staring as you hit the ground, smashing your head against the floor, and you feel dazed for a moment. What are you wounding? You know what? No, I'm going to say
I get to choose. I don't think I get to choose.
you don't get to choose actually in this case, because I think actually it makes sense for me. My take is you just threw yourself over something to protect a craft of a fellow workman that can only read to me as yellow.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
do I wound my yellow or my blue?
You wound your blue. You sacrificed your blue for this. As you are dropped out, you hit the ground and you're dazed, and someone is cowering over you with the most stressed expression you've ever seen.
Oh my goodness! Lady Yoshinaka! Completely bows to the floor. I'm so sorry!
She the first thing she does since her blue is wounded is check the vase. She's like, she immediately is like holds it up, like looking over it, like, okay, it's okay. And then she very cautiously stands.
Oh, you stand up, looking at this person. The vase is fine. You took all of the blunt trauma. You feel yourself bleeding.
There's like a trickle of blood. She hit her head, so there's like a trickle of blood down like the side of her face, and she's like, oh my. She's like winded. She's like,
Guards almost approach, and Coco's own bodyguards kind of stand in a very like tense position as everyone's like, what did you just do?
I just bumped into her, I swear.
No, I apologize. I was not paying attention to where I was going.
Everyone stops. Hanma runs up and looks and sees the vase, kind of putting a hand on it.
Do not worry, I would not let it break.
Thank you. He kind of steps back, puts a hand on his counter, just like breathing heavy breath.
Yeah, she's also like,
Oh. Everyone's breathing heavily. The guards are intense. Your guards are severe. Oh my god.
This is assuredly an incident. Like, she's like lightheaded. She's like, I'm sorry. Is there a place I could take a seat here?
Yes. Coco is looking around frantically for somewhere a proper noble lady like herself may sit.
Oh. Some of the people on the sides kind of clear off and make a path on this little pedestal.
Right this way. She would move her hands forward to help you, then she recognizes herself and does not touch someone holding a vase.
I'll go find the doctor. This one kind of runs off in this direction.
She seeks assistance from one of the guards to help her. 'Cause she's a little bit like, she just took a hit to the head. She's a little bit like,
Yeah.
I don't want to trip again.
Gets her cat guards to help.
No, my luck, I can't touch a vase!
All right, don't worry about it. He kind of steps up. There, I can hold on to it.
I appreciate it. She
No
will make
problem.
her way up onto this pedestal and
He holds
sit.
onto it. He holds onto it and keeps a distance from Coco. And then moves very lightly and kind of like places the vase down flat on the pedestal itself and moves back to flank her position.
She takes a moment. She takes a moment. I'm sorry. I was not paying attention to where I was looking. I did not mean to bump into you.
No, honestly, I should have gotten out of your way.
She's waving her arms frantically. She composes herself.
It's quite all right. Here, allow me to take responsibility. You know that this is weighted, because if you take responsibility, you will assuredly get in trouble.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you so much for your forgiveness.
She does one of those to the floor bows again.
Yeah.
Please stand up.
Stands up.
It is all right. The vase was not harmed, and I'm sure once the doctor arrives, I will be perfectly fine. Yes.
May I ask your name? I'm Lady Ryoko Yoshinaga.
Yes. I am Kokomoka of the Cat's Cradle. Village Elder.
She looks to the side.
Village Elder.
I see. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Thank you so much.
Does a slight bow again.
Actually, I was just heading on my way here to wish you well wishes on your marriage. But I'm so sorry for the scene.
It's perfectly all right. Once I've caught my breath, I would be happy to accompany you back to my manor.
Of course.
One of the others speaks up. Thank you for your kindness. Our lady is something of bad luck seems to follow her wherever she goes, and we believe it would be only proper if we were to return to the mansion on our own. We will come and visit, however.
She blinks and she picks up what he's putting down.
I see. Yes.
I see, of course.
Makes
I will head back as soon as I have caught my breath and make preparations for your arrival.
Yes.
She's so...
We'll be there eventually. Kind of steps back and, lady,
Yes.
I believe it would be wise if we departed now. After all, if we don't leave, I don't think that doctor's gonna get here in time.
Yes. It should be unfortunate.
This
Thank you again for your forgiveness. Goodbye.
Of course.
They both wander off. And Ryoko, you catch one little glimpse of conversation between the two as they depart. Really shouldn't have wished well wishes, Lady Coco. Something bad could happen now.
Well, I just have to maintain positivity.
Ryoko uncharacteristically just
These three depart off in this direction, and eventually the sun rises fully in the area, and you sort of sit here, sitting on a platform, almost obviously, but everyone seems to pay you no mind, is sort of giving you a proper berth as one guard keeps careful watch as, over time, you just sort of listen into your surroundings, tuning into the city itself. You hear a number of goods, transactions, and conversations happening all around. This is Ocean Veins as you love it, a city of commerce, of trade, for only those of crafters. Those who have their own rare goods to dispense around. Those who are willing to share their, well, the arts of practicality, as a way to put it. The selling of artistic vases, of important goods, handcrafted, strong. This is a nice place to be at times. And eventually, someone does run back up. I found him, moving up, and you turn around, and perhaps almost a little predictably at this case, you turn around and see someone looking directly across you with an surprised expression. Huh?
She blinks a couple times. Ah, Lord Suison. Blood trailed down the side of her face.
He kind of runs up, like vaults onto the platform, and then leaps up and kind of he reaches a hand out and it stops like an inch from your face and it hovers back and forth. May I touch you?
Yes.
Okay, good. He reaches forward and like scoops like a bit of the blood with his hand and sort of like figures out where the wound is. He's like, okay, I've already washed my hands. I've already. He reaches in, pulls out some gloves, remembering himself, calming down. Okay. Then finally reaches up, and you feel a light tap on your wound. It kind of stings a bit. What happened?
I came out here in the morning for a walk, and I simply tripped. She says, "You can feel the pointed, like, like I tripped."
You tripped, I see. Well, that's fine. It was a nasty trip by the looks of it. Here, I can, he kind of, he raises up the bang a bit, and you sort of starts cleaning the wound, making sure you've lost a little bit of blood, and he kind of looks down. You placed, like, a rag over your neck so that the blood would not stain your clothing, and, he kind of looks at that. That's actually, you know what? No, I don't think you did. You're wounded out of blue. Blood is just soaked into the side of your dress as he looks, and he's like, oh, goodness. He kind of reaches up, seems to disinfect, clean, and then he pulls out a little patch. Well, you just kind of hit a rock really bad on the way down. It poked in a bit, but luckily you haven't lost too much blood. Here, I can even... He slides up a little, holds up your bangs for a moment, and then slides a little patch right on like the side of your forehead. There you go. I don't think even we'll notice it under the hair. You look good as new. He kind of gives you a smile.
I appreciate it.
Though he kind of looks, that blood will be a little unsightly.
She looks down. Ah, yes, it probably will. She seems a little like uncharacteristically out of it. Like.
He kind of looks. Are you feeling okay?
I have been sitting here for a little while. I was quite dizzy at first. It must have slipped my mind.
You see, lady.
Would you mind accompanying me back to the manor? I would hate to trip again.
Here. He kind of steps up, moves past the vase, and kind of puts a hand out. Here.
She takes his hand and finds her way down. If you wouldn't mind, actually, she takes the vase.
Oh.
She's going to ask him. She's going to ask him, but she's like, no, I don't want him to trip and fall, and then I would just get mad at him for breaking it, so.
Fair. He kind of looks, oh, that's a very nice vase.
It is.
All right, well, he kind of like, he seems struggling with something. Lady Yoshinaga, what's the proper etiquette for walking with a noble lady when she's also potentially at risk of having a concussion?
Oh, I see, yes. Normally in this situation you would probably guide by physically touching me. She considers. You are a doctor, yes?
Yes, and it seems as though your symptoms are fine. You're not showing any sort of... You're not dizzy, right?
I was at the time. I feel like it is evening out now.
Okay. All right. Then he kind of considers that. Here, he kind of reaches forward.
If you are
Yeah.
a doctor and if you wear gloves, then it should be all right.
Okay. Excellent. He has the gloves on, and you notice he sort of seems to he kind of like grabs onto your shoulders and just kind of like guides you, not like reaching an arm around to hold you like that, but sort of like almost stiffly making sure you're held straight and carrying you this way. It's
Awkward.
yes, but perhaps necessary.
Awkward, but it's so clearly like it's so clear that it couldn't be possibly taken incorrectly what's happening.
Of course it couldn't. In no way. In fact, let's roll for that. Let's see. Okay. How about you make a roll for that, Ryoko?
Okay. Roll to die, roll to do.
Roll to do. Oh my.
It could not possibly be
Could not
taken.
possibly. Which is why I'm also going to roll for Suisen. Oh, you know what? It could not possibly. No. In fact, no one would make much of a comment on this besides hoping that you were not hurt and hoping that perhaps your father's illness had not spread to you. And with that, you depart back to the mansion, leaving the crowds behind you as you
She's
move.
gonna get so much trouble when she goes back to the mansion. She's like, they get close and she's like, perhaps we should not go in right away.
He stops. Are you sure you're not wounded?
I
He kind of looks.
I'm sure that they will all be quite worried when I come in with, and she like looks down at the blood on her shirt. I did not. She pauses and does something kind of uncharacteristic.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't tell anyone I was leaving.
He kind of looks at her with like a well, I suppose that makes sense. Then what
I
sort
was
of
only going to be out on a short walk. I had hoped to come back before the sun even rose.
I see. Well, he kind of looks around, seeing as that's already failed. Would you like to stay out longer?
If you would not mind the company.
He smiles. I would enjoy it immensely. With that, you and Suisen end up traveling about ever so slightly, moving across the city. You leave the potter. Actually, yeah, you take the potter with you. What am I saying?
I'm not leaving that. That's
you
delicate. Must be protected with my life.
You wander around, finding your way across the city itself. As continuing to move, eventually, you and Suisen find yourself simply traveling across ocean veins. And one way to do it, after all Suisen had complained of the walking, you find yourselves rowing upon a boat. A boat that you rent out for yourself as you travel, letting the day sort of pass ever so lightly as you simply rest and recuperate and make sure you can regain some bearings. After getting your coat cleaned, of course.
Yes. She can't go around with a bloody coat.
Yes. No, that would be
She'd
quite
have to get a sash or something to cover it at the bare minimum.
Absolutely. And so, with that, you find yourself on ocean veins.
Is he rowing the boat?
He is rowing the boat.
I appreciate you rowing the boat.
Of course.
Even
no
if
problem.
I wasn't injured, I doubt I would be able to do so properly.
Yes. Kind of sits back in that spot. The pot has assumed a position in your arms directly on the canoe as well. You've not let go of it as he sort of looks across. Tell me, why did Lady Why did Lady Yoshinaga decide to take a trip out without telling anyone?
Perhaps she was tired.
Perhaps that would make sense. I'm sure all of us get tired at some point. But he kind of like considers, but really, not even telling the head butler. I'm not judging you. I'm just curious. It seems to go counter against everything I've heard of recently.
She pauses. I'm sure he is aware.
He considers that. Yeah, you both do seem. Well, he kind of considers a little bit. You seem close. It's nice. He considers as well.
She pauses, and I keep wanting to roll to die, but I know what the answer will be because she can only have an answer. She goes, I would like to believe we are.
He kind of checks across as well. Yeah. He kind of considers that as well. I asked a question a while back.
Mhm.
Well, I asked about how you felt about everything. I know it'd be improper to tell me, but seeing as you're feeling a little improper right now, could I ask again?
You're going to claim such things for a lady, then?
He considers.
There's
And
almost
then-
like a joking tone to that
Yeah.
one.
He ends up looking across, and then, yes, I think this once I will.
I see. She closes her eyes. You want to know my opinions on everything? Or is there something you truly wish to ask about?
Let me roll to die for him real quick. Oh, of course. He looks across. Please tell me about you. It's important. And I'm
About
just
myself?
curious at this point. Yes. Tell me everything.
My name is Ryoko Yoshinaga. My father is the head of the Yoshinaga household, and my mother was Wenrosi. She died when I was quite young. You can probably tell it in the architecture and furniture of our house.
He kind of nods his head. Yes.
Soon I am to be Lady Ryoko Toba, as my father has arranged me to marry the highest noble family in Golden Beaches, the Toba family.
I see.
I am a journeyman glassblower. My mastery ceremony was to happen probably about 2 weeks ago, but was delayed due to the ceremony and also shortly thereafter my father's illness, and I will not be reaching my mastery until after the wedding.
I see. And how does all that make you feel?
Honestly? She poses it like it's a question.
Yes, honestly.
I wish my mastery would have come sooner. Do you know much about the ocean's veins?
I'm afraid I haven't been able to visit much at all. This is one of my first few visits to Long Inn.
How do you feel of it?
It's beautiful, to say the least. I've been stuck in a mansion a lot of the time, but all the same, it's... He kind of rose a bit. This canal is wonderful. I'm honestly quite surprised how much of the land can be traversed by water.
I find the city to be quite beautiful as well. Not just in physicality. The people of the city are all, I suppose, dedicated. In this city, most people have a craft that they specialize in, and you spend a large portion of your life dedicated to said craft. It's something I find quite admirable. When you gain mastery, you are granted with a peacock tail from the goddess.
Oh.
It
He
is not
considers that.
something that happens often. There are many masters, but
Only, it must be, in a way, it's almost the next rank. A master with a peacock tail would prove to be truly more excellent than any other.
yes, you can see my father, for example.
I did, yes.
The Yoshinaga family's craft is bookbinding. It's something I am well versed in, though I do have my own personal craft. I do glasscraft. She pulls out her book and her pin. I made this pin myself. I made many glass crafts. I made the bell in my hair as well.
Oh, I was very curious about a lot of those. That he
Yes.
kind of like, if I may, he kind of stops and carefully stands up and moves across. May I take a look at the pen?
Of course. She extends it.
He kind of looks and collects it. He inspects and he notices there's a crack in it. Oh, what happened?
Is it
Seems
is
as
it that pin?
Yes.
Well, you see, I did not make this pin for myself.
You didn't?
No, I made this pin for Lord Toba. He
Oh,
didn't seem to have much favor towards it, though, and broke it nearly instantly.
oh. Um. Hmm.
Glass is delicate. If you tap it on a table too many times in boredom, it will break.
I see. He considers that. And I would hazard a guess that he didn't even take it with him, did he?
Of course not. He didn't even take it out of the room.
Ah. He kind of considers this. How is Lord Toba?
Roll, Susan.
Okay, he's gonna roll to do on this one. Okay. Well, you still get the extra bonus 2d6.
Alright.
But etiquette to maintain without etiquette locked in will be rather difficult. Ah, yes. About as expected.
Hold on.
Hmm? He kind of looks across and sees you, like sees that. Ooh, I can almost feel it.
You asked me before if loving someone who loved you back was something I was capable of. I believe it is. I went into that meeting ready to fall in love with him, but he told me no. And I don't think he has ever prepared to love me back.
Huh. He kind of considers that. I see. And I imagine that was where things left off.
Yes, he told me, he came rather early, and he seemed impatient to get the meeting over with. We went upstairs, and he immediately told me, I don't care. We're going to sit here in silence for the next 30 minutes, and then we are going to go downstairs and act like everything went just peachy.
He considers that. So, I see. It doesn't sound like he's quite interested in this marriage.
No, it seems to be it was arranged by his father as well.
Well, he kind of. Well, it seems you agree on one thing, I suppose.
I suppose, but I was ready to be excited. He was not.
I understand. Once more, he kind of like, he's thinks about going back to Roe, but he's like, this isn't something I'm familiar with, obviously. I'm so far removed from noble customs. It's all arranged, the arranging of marriages, all this stuff doesn't really, I don't understand that part. It's just nothing I've ever been taught or told.
It's
But
very common.
But there's nothing either you can do about it, is there?
He could certainly call it off.
Ah, I see.
I can do nothing. Him and my father are the two who have the power to call it off. I spoke to my father about it and was told no.
I see. Well, he kind of considers that. Then let me roll for him really quick. Yeah, okay. He's still Lady Oshinaka.
Yes.
I hope you would listen to my words when I speak them, of course. I've come to know you a little bit over the course of time, and I respect you greatly.
I show such respect to you as well.
Over the past couple of weeks, I've noticed a number of servants that have departed over time. I've talked to many. It seems like opinions on everything going on inside of your house seem split towards the marriage. I can't say to speak for everyone there, but I guess I have my own suspicions. As I told you, core spirits have no will of their own. They always must act on someone else's. Tell me, how many times have you left the house?
This is the first time I've left the house in several months.
I see. He kind of ponders that for a little bit. Then, how strongly do you not want to be engaged to the Toba family? I can't hear this with anything from nobility. I just need to hear it from you, what you think. That's the most important part of this. A silence falls over the boat. Oh, clash. All right, let's go. Okay. Let's see. Suisen gets a bonus because he's kind of figuring it out. I see. The gaze is met with you. You look directly across from him. He actually shouldn't have that bonus 1d4 roll, but even without that, he has 24. He beats you by 2 as he looks directly across from you. The deciding factor was your own respect for the great Suisen.
How badly do I not wish to be wed? That is something I can't even... As a noble, I can't even tell myself.
He kind of looks across at you. You need to be able to... He kind of stops. Have you tried listening to what you think?
I'm afraid I don't understand.
He kind of stops. It would be improper in etiquette to speak up and say otherwise, correct? It would be improper to express any sort of feelings like this. So, I imagine, having to do all of this, you'd probably slip into that rather quickly, wouldn't you? I don't... He kind of stops. No, He kind of,
Lord Suisen, there is no face. There is no face a noble can make for fear.
He... That's... He seems unnerved by that. And all the same, if there's no face for it, you can still feel it, right?
flash with me.
Okay. He's gonna try. Oof. Hey, you've taken enough damage to be wounded again.
Yeah. Oh, damn. Susan, you were gonna kill her. I suppose so.
I'm sorry. He sort of steps back on the boat for a moment, sits back in the spot. Lady Yoshinaga,
Yes?
I don't see any nobles around here. So, whatever you need to do, whatever you need to think about, he just kind of silences himself. Well, I'm a silly country boy, so I don't really think I have any say on any sort of ways to treat ourselves. But, I can take the long way back. He starts rowing again.
I would appreciate it.
You both begin rowing. You feel the waves shake the boat ever so slightly as Suisen silently gives you a moment of yourself. There is no face for fear, no face for sadness. And so you have to wonder to yourself, what face am I making right now?
Certainly, it's not the face of a noble.
Time passes as Suisen pulls away from the lodging point, and you both sail just a little bit longer, pulling yourself along, spending as much time as you need to, till finally you end up reaching your way back to shore. And with time passing, you pull to the mansion. Heading on inside. Well, it's hard to really say how you're going to handle this, but you've managed to re-enter the mansion. And let me just drag you over here. You have 1 HP right now.
If anything else happens to her, she will die.
Suisen kind of steps up. You both find yourself moving along this path, heading back into the mansion gate. I can cover for you if I can. I don't know how.
Lord Suisen,
Yes?
you know what
He
the
stops.
best part about being a noble is?
What is it?
In times like these, there is always etiquette we can fall back on.
I see.
Do not worry, I will excuse myself. I am injured, you see. I need
Yeah.
rest.
Yes, of course. He considers that ever so slightly. Then let's go. You end up stumbling up, moving along this path, until eventually you head straight up to this door. Forgot you need to be at 1. Stumbling inside, you move across your mansion space, heading through the opening path. Moving on inside, you remove your shoes around the edge there, both of you stepping assuredly. As
She
time...
rings the bell to alert people that she's entering.
Yes, excellent. And as you do that,
She's been gone for like the beginning half of the day at this point.
yes, someone rushes out very quickly, actually. moving down and rushing in and looking for you, and you see her there. She seems worn and seems like she was slightly injured, and him.
Worn, tired, slightly injured. We should speak in private.
You are. Daisuisen steps up. Excuse me. He stops. He freezes and steps to the side.
Almost pushing him out of the way. Mistress.
Noritachi, I'm so sorry.
Yes. You were gone the majority of the day. I was starting to worry.
Noritachi,
Yeah.
as your concern starts to lighten, a different kind of concern kind of rises as you realize, wait, she doesn't. And it occurs to you, your dear lady sneaking out so early doesn't even know that the most premier of guests has arrived.
Oh, fuck! No, she's gonna die! She's gonna die! I apologize for being out so long. I went out for a walk this morning and was injured.
I see. Well, if you're injured, then you must rest.
Yes, Suisun. Suisun
Yes?
is a doctor and has been taking care of me for most of the day.
Yes. This way, madam, to your room. You must rest, surely. But be warned. Do as you always do. Walk with your back straight. If the bell rings, your fiancé may realize you're home.
Oh, Suisun stops. Oh, I see. He kind of,
She's holding this vase in her hands like she's about to die.
Takes the vase.
She doesn't let you.
Oh. Then does his best to support you.
Suisun.
She does something that she's never done in front of you before. She takes the bell out of her hair.
He wraps it in a cloth.
Okay, I just need to go there quietly.
Noritachi.
Yes.
He kind of looks at you, and then he gives you this thumbs up with a sparkle.
Oh no.
I'll run interference. He steps through the
No.
door.
No. We
Suisun.
must make haste.
It is I, the great Suisun.
Your doctor's about to die.
Ryoko, you travel with a vase in your hands as your mate helps lead you forward.
I appreciate you so much, homie.
He got you.
You run forward as you hear a discussion occurring. As you
The great
Suisun. You end up heading up, and you and your maid end up moving upstairs as you are brought fully up to that mansion.
The rumors.
The rumors.
What
The
if he's up
rumors.
there? God, what if he's up there?
God, what if he's up there?
What if he's up there?
He would not dare be in my room. He would not dare be in a lady's room. Gonna talk about Ko.
You're about this time or kidnapped or trial.
You wander upstairs. As you start to move, you step up move across, and as you take a step out, you hear a voice coming from down here. A familiar voice. Sorry, you can step over here. It seems as though a familiar man is speaking to your father right now.
Can I hear what they're saying?
Not from this distance, but you can recognize the voice.
He's here.
She looks so scared.
The door cracks open as a form steps through, moving across. He exits, looking across, and notices you standing there. He stops once more, seeing you. I see you decided to come back.
Yes, of course. I apologize for taking so long. I was injured.
Yes, she must rest.
He steps across, injured. What happened?
She grips this vase like it's her entire life, and she says, "I suppose I tripped."
He raises an eyebrow at that. Well, you certainly kept us waiting for some time. He steps over to the side.
I apologized. I had to be looked after by a doctor.
Yes, understandable. He looks at you again and then looks at the beta head. Well, all the same. Get ready for later. We're supposed to be heading out to do... What? I think you've got to do dress fitting or something? Yeah, something like that. He stumbles on past. Have a nice rest, Ryoko. I'm gonna roll do really quick. Roll to die for me? Oh, wait.
I can't.
Can I suggest? Oh, no, wait. No, he wouldn't. Oh, no, he wouldn't. Oh, no. Because that would just cause more stress.
She's going to run into her room and just be. She just.
Well, it appears that your lady has done something rather unsightly. Noritachi.
Yeah.
Ryoko,
Yes?
you run inside, hit the bed, and once more, for the first time, twice, for the first day in years, twice in a row, you feel those tears welling up. You hit the bed, and Noritachi, you stand by the door, yet no one can really... There's nothing you can really do in this situation now, is there? Nothing
I
within
can
your
make
station.
sure she's not interrupted.
That is true. And so you do. Meanwhile, this honor granted to her is yet not heard by her, as the world itself seems to close up around you. Everything seems to almost go silent. All that can be heard is a light sobbing within a single bedroom on the second floor. A reality crushing inwards on you. You lay there. Time. You don't know how long it takes. But at some point, the tears stop and the dreams begin again. You wait, time passing by. And eventually, you feel yourself drifting in water again. Floating amongst so much choking water. A very swift dream, one granted to you after an hour or two of napping, a rest. All the same, it feels just as vivid as the others. As a lady, you have encountered something of an impasse. For you see, in that moment, you've taken enough damage where normally I would consider you dead. But in a social encounter like this, that feels inappropriate. You have depleted down to 0 HP with no attributes left. And at this point, we must reach an impasse together. What do you think happens next?
I don't know.
Fair enough. As you wait here, shifting around in this dream, you feel yourself caught alone here, drifting, stuck in a situation that you feel you cannot reflect from. And as you sit there, you notice something. A vacuous membrane, I described it. That which was the water pressing against you. But water is not such in that nature. It doesn't feel like plastic wrap around you. Instead, it is... No. You think you finally feel it, or better off, you see it. You understand something... The true thing floating around you. Why couldn't you see it? Why couldn't you see it till now? Ah. No, you know why. As you do, the tears fall from your face. This one cannot make a noble face as well. It floats, holding you tightly in your dreams, connected to other things far off and around. It seems to connect itself, wrapping around, holding you tightly. Tied, you are, to another being in this household. You feel it. You feel that connection yourself. You feel... Oh, I think I have it. Ryoko.
Yes.
You felt... Well, this one had been with you. Because this whole time, you had been holding out hope for a miracle. Something to stop, some way to break free of this curse that was placed upon you by your otherwise loving father. This being had been held with you for so long. Something that was holding and keeping close. But it makes sense now, why you feel that membrane falling back. Why you can see this thing drifting away from you. This entity. Daisuisen said it himself. A core spirit has no will of its own. It, preying on your own will, acted in the only way it knew how. Another law you've never known. But, at this point, you've abandoned all hope of any sort of will being inflicted on the world. You do not have a desire to push outward. You do not have a lasting hope or desire to press out and crush this fate being sent to you. In this moment, you feel nothing. You feel, in a way, that will, that hope, fade. And with it, your link and feeling, that which makes you human, that which connects you and which core spirits feed upon, it all comes pouring out. Every ounce of it. You can't much say you have a will at all right now. And because of that, the core spirit abandons you in this place, leaving you behind. You hold yourself there a little longer. And back here really quick. You're standing here, floating in this space, as you simply wait and hold yourself. All the same, you look at those walls and you understand now. They were a product of you. They were your own prison. And all the same, you feel something. Something sort of manifest here inside of you. You feel, looking at that gate, you wonder in this moment, core spirits don't have a will of their own. Perhaps in this moment you don't either. You look at that door, and is it hope? No, it's not hope. You've abandoned that. Instead, it's maybe... it's curiosity, that's it. That stressor that's been holding on all the same was also a part of you on the inside. Maybe you're just curious. After all, if you press your hand up against that door and force it open, you wonder if maybe it would open. Maybe it would open for you in this moment. You're wounded out of yellow, but you can select that other one.
Yes.
Don't worry. Let me see. Pop! There you go. You look across, gazing at this door, and I want you to make a roll to do for me. Oh, shit! Hang on. I've actually got to roll for this first.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit.
You... in a time like this, when etiquette is pushed aside, when there is no nobility to grasp upon, you, placing your hand on the door, crack it open. It moves so easily. A light tap and it folds apart. As you step, you move across this barrier. You feel something release in your mind. A momentary lapse of stress, and perhaps in this moment a small solace granted to you. It almost makes you want to scream. How dare it was that easy? Why was it that easy? How could I, at my absolute weakest state, just open that door so cleanly and openly?
It almost
And-
hurts more that it was easy.
Almost. You take 10 damage and wound something again. As you take the final fatigue of crossing that barrier, you would then back down to one attribute as you drop. I think I need to reset the API really quick. But all the same, you hang there, standing in that spot. Something's clicked in your mind. You feel it. Something burning white inside of your head. It's... You think, and you recall something. As you sit in the space, hanging here, you recall something. An event that occurred. An event that occurred not too long ago. Your mind reels back as you remember the past. But first, I'm going to call our last break for the night.
Thank you.
Yeah.
About
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Oh. Ooh. I was just going to lock us into the bad and at the end there before I saw that win. Lucky 19s, man. That's great. Back from the brink. You'll love to see it.
Don't touch that door.
Touch that door.
Don't open the door.
Don't touch that dial now.
Yeah.
Let me play some music really quick.
Yeah, keep that mood up. Keep that.
Mm-hmm. I'll keep the mood up then.
So
yeah.
what now? Wait 5 minutes and see.
I'm gonna go grab some water.
Yeah.
Hey everybody.
Hey everybody. This is failing forward, or it's the dice being absolutely amazing. That's what it is. The dice tell the best story always. 100% of the time. 100%.
Rest in peace, Daisuisen.
Shut up. Jibo? Jibo? I see you're not subscribed, Jibo. What the hell going on? Good ass session, that's what's going on.
Yeah. I'm processing still.
Yeah.
I'll still be processing.
Does this feel as tense as CI? Because
I mean, Christian's the GM.
sometimes you can just relate with being a noble girl in a noble family having to do noble things, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, this is great.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's great.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we're on the last stretch now.
Nope.
I'm excited.
That was
Yep.
fucking clutch. Wait, let me get to this card. Yeah.
I need to.
What a hell, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
I am loving this thoroughly.
Yeah, same. This is great.
This is great. God, I just needed background sound for Minecraft. How did it end up like this?
Oh,
Everyone, I'm so sorry.
Welcome
God.
to Minecraft.
Alright. So everyone ready to jump back into it?
Give me a minute, please.
yeah, yeah. Take a minute.
This is a very emotionally taxing session.
Yeah, yeah. I'll have a lean in for you. Okay, you'll have that. But yeah.
Mhm.
It's just like a small breather, just like a woo, woo. I look back to my Discord as the break starts, and I said, and it's just Rube, bro. I've been tuned in since the vase didn't break. What the hell?
Oh. So, God.
Dude, you guys are
Mhm.
killing it, by the way.
Oh, you're killing it.
killing
This
it.
is great.
The fucking, like... Oh, man. Y'all like my 3 different varieties of Ryoko being sad and scared? It's not-
Yeah, I love it so much. Those icons. I literally felt so bad watching her walk into the threshold and get afraid of her husband. I was like, oh no, this is awful. Also, you
yeah.
cried like twice, so I'll restore 2d 11 HP to you.
Thank you. I'm still on the brink of death, but I'm not on the brink of death.
Yes.
Hmm.
Mhm.
Now, I think you could use one of these since you are resting right now. Technically, you
Mhm.
could also use this to help rest and restore yourself.
Smonk your
Yeah,
tears.
I'm on.
Hmm?
Smunk my tears, dude. I'm on the title card. I can't see whatever you're gesturing. at.
Oh, okay, yes. I'm talking about your basically food resources, your break resources.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dude, this
Yeah.
day started out so good for her. Like, she's like, yeah, I'm gonna go have a walk through the park. She was having a good time with Susan, and then it just went downhill
And then
so fast.
Coco happened.
Ran into Coco.
And you ran into Coco and everything just fell apart. I'm kind of a good luck charm.
I would
Oh.
not say that. That's a liar.
Okay, so are you ready to go?
Yeah, yeah. Take me back in.
All right, let's go back in now. Let's go. So, Lady Yoshinaga,
Yes.
a bit of a strange time to remember this, but you do end up recalling, well, a meeting you had. you move on inside. Wait, I can't seem to. Is the API seeming a little strange for you right now? I can't seem to drop your swing or anything like that.
I can't either.
Let me
You
drop a
wanna
fresh you. I'm going to drop you fresh and see what happens. Pop. There we go. Let's see if I can roll you to drop your swing now. No,
I
it seems
can't.
not. All right. Well, ship's falling apart, but that's fine. We there is no noble expression for fear with the streaming. So you you wander inside. Moving across the way, you find your way up to a door where you have been called for a meeting. This is the most prestigious meeting you could ask for. In fact, this is one of the greatest honors that has been afforded to anyone. Your meeting with a god.
Where should I sit? Where do I sit? Where's she gonna be?
You are supposed to head up to this door up here, actually. Moving in, you walk up. You're excited. You're very excited, but also incredibly nervous. This is something special. And at a point, a voice echoes across, "Come on in. I can feel your presence out there."
Silently moves through the door.
You move through the door. You feel something opening up to you as ahead you see a room very dimly lit. One that as you step inside, you look around and you notice the light almost seems to catch on you in here. As you step up and notice lanterns around the corners, something hanging in front. Directly across, "Please take a seat." And
Of course, thank you.
her form hidden, all the same, you can see a silhouette within the lights, casted upon, a grand form with a tail ever so bright. Would you be able to see how dull the colors were on the other side, however? All the same, she sits patiently with you. And as you look across, through the shadow, speaking as well, "Lady Yoshinaga, an absolute pleasure. Your family has been with me for generations."
It's an honor to get to speak with you, my lady.
"Oh, the honor is amongst both of us. For many, many generations, I have watched over your family, and they have done well to watch over my city. If there's any honor a god can grant to a mortal, I do so believe all of them are deserved for your family. But tell me," she kind of stops a little bit, "I am but most curious." She stops. "I hear that you have recently come into encounter with one Lord Toba."
Yes, I have. He is my fiance.
"Yes, your first meeting was just the other day, was it not?"
It was.
I see, I see. There's a level of, like, warm acceptance that seems to drift from her. You notice that she seems almost like, huh. She seems, is that sorrow? No, it's like there's something drifting from her. It seems to be a form of compassion for you. It washes over you. This is the first person who might have ever acted like that to hearing about you meeting your husband. "I can feel it. There's something on you, is it not? Drifting around in your heart. There is no point in speaking on uncertain terms to a goddess. So, for me, may you speak truly of your feelings."
I. She pauses. I'm rather. Our meeting did not go as I had hoped.
"Oh, I see. It appears as though you have not. Your heart has not accepted the Toba name.
I doubt it ever will.
Hmm. She considers. You are, as I have mentioned, you are a Yoshinaga through and through. It only makes sense that your heart has greater love for this city than it does for a wandering man from the city of Golden Beaches. A great dynasty, branching back many, many years. But all the same, their great name cannot capture the heart of one of our greatest. And because of that, well, you you feel something, almost like a tension being cut through. Not so great if they can't even accomplish that, huh?
She blinks. Blink, 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 blink. I suppose not.
There's a very light,
I
airy
was
feeling.
rather willing as well.
Yes, I imagine so. After all, why wouldn't you be? It's a wonderful opportunity. And if anything, love lies in the heart for a reason. We cherish it. That which pumps the blood through our body also holds our greatest feelings. Mm. She kind of looks across. Lady Yoshinaga,
Yes.
I do wish you good luck on your wedding. I do understand that I want to give you my dearest blessings, even through these hardships. Perhaps there will come a time where you will even find happiness returning to you. Things may grow on you, but all things considered, don't give it away for free now. That heart is the pride of Ocean Veins, you see. I would hate to see it damaged for the sake of some noble squalor. Money is important, of course. I understand our families have been doing the worst of the three, but at no point should we consider ourselves so poor to toss away your life onto a fire. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I appreciate your words greatly.
I'm glad. I want you to roll to do for me. That's not correct. You're supposed to be locked into something. There we go. That's more correct. I want you to beat that.
Well, I rolled an 18. I think all of
Oh.
my shit is like GM right now.
Yeah, that's weird, huh?
I rolled an 18 because I have no attributes.
Yeah. Oh no.
Didn't beat it.
You definitely didn't. Yeah. As she speaks those words, you feel something on your person almost shifting away for a bit. An acceptance wash over, a word made there, something placed. That was it. It was a desire inside of yourself, a desire to not let yourself go unheard. That you're looking back on this event now that you think about it. In fact, as you step back, you realize, wait a moment. That's me looking at this. In fact, this was me at a different time. And as you look back, you finally see it once more being cast upon you. You notice something that seems to have slivered, emerging around from the back. That was quite right. There was no way a core spirit could slip beneath the guise of your great lady. This much is true. It was always true. And yet, you noticed slipping around, coiling almost around your body, almost emerging out from beneath, from the direction of your fair lady. Something reached across, bound to you, and through that, connected. Your desire your will. A will to be heard. A will to not be abandoned, cast aside. One that would consume your household should not be realized. This will was empowered. You would question, perhaps, the reason for all of this. You would wonder, perhaps, if you were simply a pawn in a game all this time. A clash between two cities for controlling who would hold the title of the greatest city of Mitsudai. One of your great family passed off the Golden Beaches. Perhaps that was why this was placed upon you. Perhaps the Peacock Goddess simply wished to grant you a boon, understanding your hardship. But regardless of the reason, she could not have predicted what happened. For the first person to notice you and to listen to you, truly, the one who saw it all, that was yourself. You see yourself now. Beyond the etiquette, the desperation. That's what was holding you there. There were those who walked beside you. Noritachi, ever faithful, sharing in your sorrows. Suisen, ever watchful and curious, always pressing for more feeling. None of the answers you gave them were true, however. All of them lacked a core part of yourself, bound to this spirit enacted by a will. It is only now you realize that you were the one who was killing your father. And in this moment, you find your body drift again. As you stare up across those waters again. You hold yourself, and you feel you can move, no longer trapped by that membrane.
She looks around. Well, where to move to?
You are in a vast ocean. It may not be particularly ladylike, but you can at least cast your arms wildly, flail about, float to the surface. You remember now why you wanted to go to the sea. Deep beneath the ocean veins. When you're here, you can swim anywhere.
I want to swim up.
Up you swim. You feel yourself once more awaken in that bed. Currently, you're locked out of every attribute besides this new white you have. You sit up. You feel your face somewhat red, holding yourself there. You're not sure how much time has passed in the meanwhile. All the same, you sort of scoot out of your bed yourself, holding yourself there. Your clothes are a bit wrinkled. Your tears have stained into your collar slightly as you step into your closet again.
She comes to her vanity and throws a jacket over the mirror.
You toss a jacket over the mirror, no longer able to gaze at your expression in it. Perhaps no longer needing to. What do you do?
Whatever I want.
You, moving forward to the door, grab it strong in your hand and fling it open. Noritachi, you're somebody surprised by the sudden movement behind you.
Oh.
Shit.
Excuse me. I'd like to make my way outside now.
Yes, of course.
You step across, moving over the way, heading inside of a certain room. You look across. Inside, a father sits. He turns over. You notice him. Oh, Ryoko.
Father, how are you feeling?
Better today, I'd say. I'm feeling a little A little tired of laying in bed, but all the same, I feel worn, tired. But no more strange thoughts and coughs.
I see. I'm very happy that you're feeling better. I'm very sorry.
He kind of thinks, what would you have to do to apologize? It was my fault for running out to the market so late, running through the rain and all that.
Well, it seems that both of us are injured now.
Are you injured? He turns over.
She lifts up her bangs and shows that she has a big patch on her head.
He sort of springs up a little bit, moving to the edge of the bed as he kind of looks off and he reaches his hand forward. No, what happened?
I went to the market this morning, and I bumped into a rather nice young woman, and I tripped and hit a rock bad. Suisun took care of me, though.
Oh, excellent. He kind of turns. That man, he certainly is something, isn't he? I even feel myself getting better.
I'm glad. But my apology was not for what you think. I'm apologizing for what is about to happen.
Excuse me?
You should get some rest, Father.
Oh, I see. Very well. Will do. Thank you for coming to check on me. I do appreciate it.
Of course. And she makes her way out of his room,
Mm-hmm.
and she approaches Noritachi, and she's like, "Do you have my bell?"
Yes, of course. He presents it.
She puts it back in her hair, and then is going to make her way downstairs.
I see. Excellent. And you head, with ever a graceful step, back straight, head up, you make your way downstairs, moving ever so swiftly. Tailed curiously behind by your butler, you find yourself downstairs once again. As you head down, you notice a familiar face in the corner. He looks across and sees you. He nods his head, but otherwise looks forward.
Wonderful to see you again. Are they in the meeting room?
He nods his head. Yes.
I see.
You step up, moving across and looking ahead. You step on through the door and you notice a whole crowd assembled in front. Truly a fantastic assembly. Oh, why isn't that? I want to reveal areas. There we go. Fucking stupid man. Anyways, wandering inside, you notice a number of faces, all staring across. Some view and see you as well, as they look. Oh, welcome! Toba turns as well. Seems you got your beauty rest in.
I suppose so. Suisun?
Yes, he kind of turns over, looking at you.
She disregards Toba and starts talking to Suisun.
He kind of looks across at her.
How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling fine, actually. I just, He kind of stops, and he thinks for a moment. And he kind of looks directly across at her. And it seems Suisun is the first to notice. Because, for all others, calling him just Suisun would be expected for a lowborn. But he notices a courtesy that has been abandoned, and he stops. And he smiles. I'm doing quite fine, actually. Thank you, Lady Yoshinaga.
Wonderful. I have something I need to speak to you about. My father seems to be recovering.
Oh, excellent. I'll step out. He kind of starts moving. Toba kind of looks back and forth. Who's this guy? Great Suisun. Do you know him?
Yes, he is the doctor that's been taking care of me and my father.
I see.
Also, good evening, Coco. It is a wonder to see you again. I'm happy you could grace our home with your presence.
Thank you for having me, my lady.
She bows and leaves without ever addressing Toba.
He kind of looks across. He kind of looks over and like kind of sees. Can you believe that? Yes, I just saw it with my own eyes, so I can. Susan steps by and walks this way. He stops, stares at him, stepping out. What's up?
Well, I had quite the dream, you see. You want to know about the core spirit, yes?
Yes. He kind of moves over to the side. A dream? What happened?
Yes, well, it seems the core spirit has abandoned even me.
He stops and looks across. You mean to say... He thinks, and then he kind of sighs. Would it be mean to say I wasn't quite surprised?
I suppose not. I wish you had said something earlier.
He kind of looks across at you, and he sort of looks, and he's like, couldn't find the kind words for it.
She kind of... She does something kind of funny.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
I see.
Oh. He looks across, he sees that smile, and he sort of just... I was going to push on that sooner or later. Actually, I was going to do it after, you know... He kind of gestures his head over there. But I felt that took priority, at least for a little while.
Don't worry, I'll talk to him soon.
He stops. Okay, good.
Well, I have one concern.
Yes?
Well, my father seems to be feeling better, and the core spirit abandoned me when I gave up all hope. I have
Yes.
a concern of to where it might have gone.
Excuse me really quick. He kind of shuffles and runs outside. Suisun makes quick around and moves. And you seem to be abandoned for just a moment.
Do you think he'll she turns to Nordachi. Do you think he'll come back?
Perhaps.
I wonder if it'll come back to me over time.
Nordachi.
Noritachi.
Noritachi processes for a second. The lady wondering if he'll come back didn't address Toba.
I may be having the wrong idea.
Of course, my lady, I would say nothing to your dishonor.
She smiles at you and she says, "Trust me, Suisun has someone he loves already." Don't worry. I'm sure my time will come. She looks over to the other room. Well,
God.
while we wait to see if he's coming back, I suppose I should finally address... What would he even be? The boogeyman, perhaps?
The scorpion in the room.
She giggles at you. All right. She comes over to the door. Big smile on her face and pokes her head in. Lord Toba.
He kind of turns over and looks at you. Oh, yes?
Would you come speak with me, please?
I say. He steps aside. Yes. Excuse me, cousins. I must speak to Ryoko. He steps on outside.
You know, Tomiya. You are Tomiya to me, after all.
He stops and looks.
There's many things to discuss.
Yes?
Come.
He kind of scratches the back of his head and turns around. Over to the side. This is gonna be ugly, isn't it?
I hope so.
You wander up with him and he follows back as you both head upstairs. And let me just drag for a moment. Heading upstairs again, following your path. Toba seems to follow around, looking around.
I'm sure you're familiar with this room.
Oh, back here again, I see. Why are you
course.
dragging me away at this time? We
Well,
have
I
to
have
be leaving
something-
soon.
Well, I simply wish to, I suppose.
Oh, okay. He kind of stops, looking across. All right, then. He moves down and forward, and you find yourself up to that door again.
Opens the door, goes in, doesn't bother holding it for
Oh, he sees that, and you notice he gets like, his expression changes slightly. Oh, that was a perfectly timed accidental drop there. He sort of steps past, and he seems to be getting this stressed expression on his face that continues, just kind of pressing his lips together as he steps forward. And as he moves inside, you head on in with him.
Why don't you sit in the chair there?
Where?
She
He kind of
gestures.
steps to the side. All right, then. Fine. What's this about?
Well, I have some questions, you see. I've become rather curious.
He kind of turns over and looks at you.
You know, you said you weren't particularly interested in this marriage, yes?
He kind of stops and looks directly across at you. Particularly interested, huh? No, I don't think I was. But I'm past the point of complaining about it. He says pointedly at you.
Well, it seems I've just arrived there.
He stops. Huh? What are you talking about?
Well, you see, I don't want to do this.
And I don't either.
Well, you see, you are the only one of the two of us that has any power to do anything about it.
He kind of looks at you. You think I could just walk up to my father and tell him to call all of this off?
Well, I certainly tried to do that to mine and it didn't work.
Then I think you understand, don't you?
Well, if
You think I
won't
wouldn't have tried already?
No need to raise your voice. If you won't call it off, then we must find some sort of compromise, or I'll leave.
What do you mean you'll leave?
Yes.
He kind of stops as he thinks about that. He kind of like stands up a bit. What? Where? Leave what? By what do you mean that? Surely you're not talking about simply just packing up and leaving the city, leaving your family behind.
I sure am.
He stops, staring directly
There are
across
many
at
wonderful
you.
places in Mitsudai. She pulls out a book from her jacket and a pin that he recognizes, and she draws in her book a little tiny map, and she goes, well, I hear the cat's cradle is rather nice, and she starts pointing around to different places that she knows off the top of her head in Mitsudai.
He stops. He considers you for a moment as he sort of looks across, and he just kind of gets this big dumb smile on his face, this growing, like, kind of almost forced smile. This is stupid. You're not being serious with me right now, are you? Do you know how much shame that would bring to your family if you just up and left? You think that's an option available to either of us?
Listen to me, she says for a moment. Do you think I haven't thought of this? You think I, a noblewoman, do not understand what I'm saying? Is that what you're insinuating to me right now? And she slams a hand on the wall behind him.
He stops and just kind of looks.
Are you
He's
saying
sort
that
of-
I, a noblewoman who's been raised as such my entire life, do not understand the stakes at which what I am speaking? That's what you're saying to me, yes?
He stops. Yes, that's what I'm saying to you right now.
Well, you don't have much to say either, now do you?
What
You
are
can speak
talking
as
about?
freely as you so choose when it's just the two of us.
He just kind of looks across as he's just like, what are you getting at?
Well, you see, I've been abandoned by quite literally everything.
He kind of looks at you at that moment. Abandoned by everything, huh?
Yes, abandoned by you, abandoned by my father, abandoned by the core spirit as well. All I have left is myself, and I suppose that's what I have.
Core spirit? What do you... He kind of seems confused in this moment as he almost looks across at you. So you're... He almost seems to sit there for a moment. He's not quite sure what to do in this case until he kind of checks across.
It was all fine and dandy when you were the only one doing this kind of stuff, huh?
What are you... He stops. I'm going to... Make a roll to do for me really quick. Oh my. Okay. You could...
Oh, I apologize. There's something incorrect about that.
Yeah, you needed to add... You need to add a d6 to that. Yeah. Let me see. Okay. Since the thing's not working, I can't have this plug in automatically, but I'm accounting for him locking stuff in. And as he looks over at you... Oh, 4, huh? 4 for the boy. Okay. He sits back. And he sort of hits the chair and just kind of looks up at you. All right. All right.
So which would you rather it be?
I don't...
You don't care.
He stops.
Was that the
Why?
word on your tongue?
Yes. Because there's nothing you could even do. Why not just go through with the marriage and... What do you even... What, you just
What
want
do
to
I
prove a
even
point?
want?
What do you even want?
I don't know. I'm simply just doing whatever I want. Because at this point, I have nothing left to do.
He kind of stops as he looks across at you.
You don't seem to want to do this either. Why don't you do what you want?
He considers that as well. That was supposed to be my plan. Wasn't that the first thing I told you when I walked in here? I was going to do what I want, and you do whatever the hell you want. Like, I don't love you or anything, so just leave me alone.
Yes, I don't particularly love you either. You said I could do whatever I want, but I also wasn't allowed to get in trouble or really do anything at all either. You said a great many things to me. You know what you meant.
I want you to roll to do for me again. That's going to be 7. That's it. Beat a 16.
Come on,
You're
Eric.
locked into white, by the way.
Roll it all. Oh, hold on. It says that I'm wounded.
You should not be wounded out of white right now. Yeah, heal white and keep going with that. Since it's all... I think it's on my end that's kind of messed up right now, so just do that on your end, yeah.
White. Let me roll to die really quick so I can get a swing. Why is it making me this one?
I don't know. That was an emergency color just in case a different thing happened, but right now you got white. So,
Yeah.
alright. Now
Yeah.
you can roll to do.
Swing. 1. Come on, roll like good. No.
Ooh!
She still beats... No, she doesn't.
No. There's only one answer to why this is happening. As he sort of looks across at you and he's like, that seems like it's your problem. What, are you getting mad at me for having yourself locked up?
I'm not getting mad at you.
He kind of looks directly at you with that. As he sort of looks across. Oh, come on, be honest with me. He stares up and kind of stands up. You hate my guts, don't you?
Hate is a strong word. It's not the one that I would use. I find you... She thinks.
There are a great many words. I don't hate you. I actually find you quite interesting. I wouldn't
What?
bother speaking to you if I didn't. I'm not in
Stop.
love with you. I don't particularly want to marry you.
He kind of considers that for a moment, and he stops, and he sort of like looks at you kind of curiously. What? What do you mean?
I mean what I said, Lord Toba. I don't hate you. I find you quite interesting. Why would I have even bothered to tell you anything if I didn't? I could have simply walked out the door and never come back.
You probably just... You just told me because you... What? You wanted to... Just
Take
get it
my
off your...
You get it out of my system? No. I'm simply doing what I want.
He stops, considers that. Make another roll to do for me.
There we go. We're all good. Okay, come on. All of my good rolls have gone.
Let's see how he handles this now, because he's gonna roll that. Okay. You say that, and he kind of pulls back in himself for a second as he sort of contemplates that. He kind of looks at you, and then he sort of stands up, moves to the side, and goes to the corner, and then kind of turns around again and looks directly at you. So what? Okay, fine, yes, that's what I did. I get what you're trying to tell me now. All right, that's... Sure. We'll call it even then. How about that? I'll stop talking to you and not cause you any trouble, and we'll just ignore each other and put this all aside, and you can pretend I don't exist. Sound good?
Is that what you want? You don't know.
I don't know.
I don't either.
Well then...
Unfortunately, other people have decided that we are in this together.
Well, he kind of stops. You're not it. He kind of stops, and then he kind of laughs for a second, about coming out. You're in this with me? Really? He kind of looks directly across at you with that. You think that you're in this with me? What are you talking about? You're absolutely just... What, you're hiring in for money, prestige, all of that stuff. I know what your family needs. You're striking a poor strike, aren't you? Why? You want to... You obviously don't want to go back to Golden Beaches. You don't want to do anything here. You just want to, what? Grab some money, take long vacations, head back this way. I understand. You're not in this for me. We're separate now. We're just two souls drifting down the same path, right?
She just looks at him.
He kind of stops.
Is that how you see it? Are you alone too, then?
He stops. It certainly feels like it out here. Why are you doing any of this?
Because I find you interesting.
Again with that. He kind of stops, moves over to the side, puts a hand up to the wall.
You seem like the only other person who might understand what it feels like to be alone in this situation.
He kind of moves past to the side. And so what? So what if I am alone here?
She looks at him. Suppose you could say I was curious.
Well, I guess I'm curious now, too. He kind of turns around and moves up close to you really quick. What are you going to do if all this goes through? Are you just willing to go get married for the sake of it? What you said you're willing to walk away, so is knowing I'm not... What about knowing how I feel is going to make that change for you?
I don't know. I'm just doing what I want. I wanted to hear what you had to say.
Kind of stops.
I wanted to talk to you about it because last time we didn't get to.
He holds himself back a little bit. He kind of looks over to the side. And let me roll. Just a pure... okay. Which means... You notice... Eornis kind of stands up. And you notice that something sort of seemed to slip back into his persona. Well, it seems that Golden Beaches and Ocean Veins must come to an agreement in order to further both of our families.
He's putting up his noble persona.
He is, yes.
I apologize. Let me reword it. I want to hear what Tomia has to say.
Alright. One more of these. Give me another roll to die here.
He's gonna kill her one of these times.
This is a rough one. In fact, you'd say it's almost as elegant and held together as yours, despite the obvious cracks. Roll to do for me. Oh! How do you get past this point?
He starts speaking like that, and she slaps the shit out of him.
Suddenly everything stops. He sort of looks across at you, stunned for a moment.
Let me reword it. I want to hear what Tomia has to say.
He stops. He sort of stands there for a moment. He kind of holds himself there, reaches his hand up to his face, and you notice that he sort of kind of moves to the side. That was very rude. I apologize. And that one follows up. You had assumed he was talking about the slap, as he always does. He kind of moves to the side, and you notice a calmness restore to him. You want to hear what Toba thinks.
I want to hear what Tomia thinks.
He stops. I think all of this is just a disgrace. I don't... He kind of turns around. You notice he's starting to get a bit worked up again in that moment, as you've sort of removed him from the swing. Let me roll. But blue's the highest, and in this case, you notice that this man seems to be a reflection of yourself in some way, kind of like a mirror, an opposite, but in that opposite, you see something similar as he stops. I can't tell you anything I don't know.
I see.
You think I had an answer coming all the way out here? The only answer was jumping off the boat and swimming to shore, disappearing into the forest. That same stupid answer you came to. What do you want from me?
I want a new one. I don't like that one.
He takes
I
a
don't
breath.
like it for me, and I'm sure you don't like it for you. I love my father very dearly, and I don't want to have to leave him.
He stops. Well, good for you. At least you love your father.
I see. We do not have a good relationship with yours, then.
He steps over to the side, moving back. He sort of moves to the side, sits down, rests down in that chair, holds himself there, and you notice a deflation begin to occur on him. Well, I'm fine to hear it. Did you think of any other answers? I've got nothing.
You don't like the Golden Beaches, do you?
I don't. No.
Well, I love the Ocean Veins.
He stops. Why?
Do you love Toba?
Let's roll the die again. He stays locked in blue. I don't think I've loved anything.
And why do you want to return there?
Kind of looks across at you. What? It's my family's name. The only way people listen to me is if they know the name Toba exists.
I'm listening to you.
He stops. I know that, but you
Have nothing. You're right, I don't. I don't really have anything.
He sort of hangs there for a moment. All right. No, I don't like going back. I don't have any attachment to that damn stupid name. I have my own pride that reflects on it, sure, but what?
Why don't you take mine?
Take your name? Do you realize how shameful that would be for me? To downgrade from Grand Golden Beach family to Yoshinaga?
Well, you're not happy there, are you?
I'm not, but the glares, the rumors, everything. What? He kind of considers that for a moment, and he feels like...
Why do you have to go through that?
There's no other reality if we stay in noble society.
I don't have the answer. That's why I'm talking to you.
He stops. He seems to calm down again. If there is an answer for escaping this society, living the life I want to live, I'm sure I'd find it by now. All the same, He stops. He stops! He stops! And he listens to you.
I lost hope until just now. I was waiting on your words to find it again.
He stops.
There's certainly an answer.
He places a palm up against his head. Obvious frustration boiling. All the same, he remains locked in this
You are like
state.
a reflection of myself in this moment. I hope there is an answer for you, because if there is not one, then there is not one for me.
He breathes out from his mouth. Well, he kind of looks directly across at you. I'm not quite sure if there's an answer for either of us. If we're reflections and all that nonsense, then wouldn't we have found it by now, either of us?
Have either of us had the chance to try to look with one another? You would not let me last time. What's that saying they say? 2 heads is better than 1?
He kind of...
I would hardly even allow myself to admit that I was scared before in my own mind.
He sort of considers that. I suppose you have a point. He sort of places his hands against his head.
We have the prestige of the ocean veins and the golden beaches. Both of us, between the two of us. Is that not enough power to find what we want? If that is not enough power to find what we want, is there such a power? I want to know. I want to look for the answer. And I'm just doing what I want.
He presses his elbows against the table again and sort of sits there for a moment. You notice he is deep in thought in one way. You've managed to continue laying onto him through this point, pushing him here, breaking through every barrier, not giving him a chance to not giving you a chance to ignore your question would be a better way to put it. He sort of checks across. There's no smile of companionship, neither is there some flirting feeling of love, nor is there any sort of friendship connection here, as he simply looks up with that same expression he's held 100 times. All the same. Yes, all right. Yes, My apologies, Lady Yoshinaga. I believe I've done you a great disservice.
I believe you have, though I can't say I have done you a service either.
He sort of reflects on that. Would you... He kind of thinks about that. With me is bound a powerful spirit. Our Scorpion Guardian. Should it come down to it. He kind of considers the Scorpion Guardian of my family is considered of greater value than I am. It always has been. Should I hoard it and take your name? He kind of considers that. They may come for it. They may come for me. May I ask you something?
Yes.
He sort of considers and leans back. The chair almost seems to creak a bit as he lays back. My father told me. He sort of... A tail almost seems to fold up around his shoulder as he sort of grabs at it. If I did not go through with this marriage, I would have lost my friend here. The tail almost seems to react slightly as it sort of coils back behind him. I would very much like to not lose that one person. If it would please
Let's
you.
look for a solution that does not lead to that.
If you can promise that. At the very least, he stops. Well, I suppose I won't be such a... What is it again? What would you say I was?
Hateful man?
He kind of considers that hateful, huh? Yes. I've always been called that. I will control myself around you, I suppose.
You seem a little bit more sad than hateful. Maybe scared than hateful now?
He's sort of... Let me roll something really quick. Damn. Oh. He remains locked. He sort of steps up and moves around. I'm whatever. Sure. Kind of steps over to the side and moves over to the door again. Kind of standing there like he wants to leave, but he hasn't really ended the conversation yet. Sad, fearful, whatever, it doesn't matter. There are no faces for that for nobility.
There certainly are not. I just wonder if there's a face for that for Tomio. Because I found out recently there's one for Ryoko.
He sort of breathes.
If they will take your friend from you for taking my name, then what if... I wonder how silly Yoshitoba would sound.
He stops, and he almost gives you like the most like, what? kind of expression. This time not a violent return, but a genuine, just confused look.
Well, if we combine our two families' power into one family Yoshitoba, then we would all win, yeah?
He kind of considers, That's the stupidest idea I've ever heard. He sort of steps out the door.
Whatever
and he
said
thinks,
it's gonna be good.
Fine. Your Yoshitoba name. I refuse utterly, but I will at least consider it. He kind of posits that. It is better than the other solution. We're making one step up the ladder, I suppose. He sort of moves back out. A little too gloating of a laughter for a noble. He sort of stands back straight up, head held high. I believe our presence will be greatly missed in the Grand Hall. Shall we go?
Of course.
You move, together with Tomia, down the hall, moving up to the stairway. Meanwhile, down, out near the mansion's very exterior, a person is wandering. Stepping around, having placed a number of sealed tags around the area, a binding that could be put in place to hold a core spirit. Though, it seems, before he even had an opportunity to do such a thing, that poor little creature had already slipped out, sinking around, falling down next into the garden. As he sort of looks across at it, he wanders ahead under this archway, and he seems almost coiled around a table meant for two, this time ever so silent and ever so puny and insignificant. Daisuisen approaches this one, moving with a level of grace unbefitting of a noble, and furthermore, showing his absolute lack of class in taking any of the lessons that he has found here. All the same, he arcs down and shows a different type of courtesy, a different type of etiquette, one he carries with himself throughout his entire life. This is the etiquette of a man who feels nothing. He reaches down, puts his hand forward, arcs it, and the creature itself, coiling around, seems to look directly at him, with eyes that do not exist. Come now. Just because they got over it doesn't mean you have to. Here. He kind of raises a hand forward, ever so slightly. One unwrapped in a bandage. Come on now. He places a tag on the table, putting it on top of there, and this coiling core spirit of binding seems to shift around, and at a certain point, it almost starts to slither, moving towards him. Ever so lightly, it wraps around, pulling itself up the arm like a snake and coiling around his other arm, one not wrapped in bandages. As it holds to the side, it seems to rest there, binding tightly and almost squeezing a little bit. He kind of looks, it's a bit rude to squeeze so tightly. That's fine. This one almost seems to shrink around, pulling around his arm a bit. The great Daisuisen steps out, departing a party way too early to be courteous. But all the same, his steps move, his job done. He turns back.
Not even attending my wedding, Susan.
He turns back around, and he actually looks behind him, seeing someone standing by the path. Well, I'm not much for ceremonies, I suppose. I'm sure I'd trip up and make a mistake somewhere.
I suppose I wouldn't mind.
He stops and thinks about that.
Though I'm sure you're quite busy. Perhaps you have someone you yourself wish to see.
He kind of looks at you with that, and then he kind of like, I suppose so. Well, he kind of looks at you. All the same. I hope you have a wonderful ceremony.
Thank you. Tell Mr. Core Spirit that I said that I'm sorry.
He kind of turns over and looks at his arm. I think the sentiment's reflected enough.
She nods.
Turns around. And he steps out the door. With
She
no more
waves.
words, you wave, seeing the great Daisuisen off. With that, we'll call an end to this session.
That wedding absolutely went up in flames because Ryoko definitely invited Coco.
There was already a good enough good luck charm. Good luck charm. Oh, fantastic. Fantastic.
Man, it's time.
Oh,
Let me
it's
grab
time.
the Imgur, boys. Let me grab that juicy shit. Yeah, there it is. All right, let me.
Me when I'm like, when it's like, yeah, and finally someone saw you. It was yourself. Me, great. That means I can just do whatever the fuck I want.
Yeah. Oh, that's great.
And,
oh, man.
Yeah, there we go. Alright. So, you guys joined the screen share?
Yeah.
Alright, first off, we got Yoshinaga.
Yoshinaga.
From Lester
That's funny.
2020. Also, thank you,
Oh.
Lester 2020, for making this.
Yes,
eager,
thank you
like
so much.
Always, Backbone
Oh.
Society. And next, hey,
Oh,
from
she looks great.
from Basil.
Basil, this looks great. I love this.
We got a pretty little Rio.
Oh my god. Oh.
And then from Polaris, for the fourth time, another great poem and collections of the great Suisen. You could probably find these on our Discord.
Yes, you can. Please
so
go
you can
give it a
them
read.
yourself. These are wonderful every time. Thank you so much.
Yes.
And then more from Basil.
She was showing him favoritism.
She was. Oh
She
my
was being
god.
so nice to him by doing that.
Yeah, and even then, he still felt menace.
And then, oh my god, from Lester 2020, we got an imposter
Great
among
sus.
us. Great sus.
Oh.
It turns out Red was sus all along.
Yeah. And then, from Basil,
I give you the pills, you give me the monies. That was
Of
from
course.
HK51 in the stream chat, but Basil did it. Thank you so much again, Basil. I love these sketches so much.
from Cookout Trash Bin.
I'm kind of a big deal, so here's some context for that time I kidnapped a child.
Susan was so cool this
It was.
season.
Oh!
From Dungeon Master Zero.
I love
That's
her!
awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Ryoko. Oh, here we go. From Cookout Trash Bin.
Well, your dad's dead.
What?
Yep, he's dead, and I'm Susan, so I'm never wrong.
That's true.
It's true. Oh,
Don't believe
shit.
his lies, milady.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
this
and then
scene,
from
this
Basil.
scene so much.
Oh. The good
The drop
shit.
of the membrane being the core spirit was just.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then.
She ships it. She ships it.
Oh my god. Oh.
And
Oh.
yeah.
Come on, Suisen, make it canon.
Oh my god.
Come on,
this
Susan, you can do it. I believe in you.
Oh. This is absolutely wonderful.
Mhm.
Oh man. Everyone, thank you so much for coming out. And with this, I once more call the session to an end. And as I do, we may now consider what happens next. The next session of Daisuisen next week. Blood falling from the mountains with time. Seeping into the earth. Cracking iron. One existence that is stretched for all of time. And yet all the journey there, the only companion, constant, always returning loneliness. Next time on Daisuisen.